Hi guys, how are we doing? Good evening, good morning, etc, etc. Oh, hello everyone. How are we doing on this fine day? Hello, hello. Because it's, as I keep saying, it's now technically winter in Australia, autumn to winter. I've got a little fella next to me. She's trying to sleep, so I don't want to pick her up, but I've tried to set up a little, this is this is my Udi. I've tried to set up a little bed for her, a donut. I think she's appreciating it. So if you hear any jingle jingle, that's the beast that sleeps. Oh, sorry, Bobbing. That's the beast that sleeps beside me. Isn't it, Bobbing? Oh, you are so cute. No chapter today. There's none. So we're just working. Sniff this. It doesn't want to. I've started talking and she's going, who the fuck are you talking to? Alright, I will be working now. I'm working on my chapter review. My chapters review, so you can either work with me, or you can watch me, or you can have me on in the background. Whatever you want to do, your choice. I will put on music. And we will get started. My braided hair and my fit, I look like a Chainsaw Man character. I'm just wearing all black. My fit? My fit! This! I'm just in all black. This is hardly a fit, but I appreciate that. I can't read the chat after the stream. The streams are too long. But I read the chat when I can. Anyway, let's put on music. Alright. Now, first thing I need to do is... Oh no, where's Zoro and Sanji? Transfer the manga pages over. So, you're gonna see me on my iPad, but it's not because I'm an iPad baby. It's because I'm working. Isn't it, Bobbing? The character also wears black. Oh, I see. Oh my god, Luffy Gaming? Oh, I didn't see this. The Shonen Jump cover. Oda, more than anyone, loves adding random English phrases on, like, his clothes for, like, the characters. Because I'm looking at this, which is the Shonen Jump cover for this week, or last week, whatever. And no one else has that, but Oda really likes doing that. I wonder why. Maybe he just thinks English sounds cool. Because I used to ask, I asked my Japanese friends, why do, in like a lot of like Japanese pop songs, is there just sometimes random English? And he said, because Japanese people think English sounds cool. And I went, alright. It is what it is. So maybe that's the case.
Howdy do, boys!
Howdy do. Sanji with the cooking book that spells cocking. I am so convinced that was on purpose. You don't understand. I had someone try to be like, no, like it can be spelled wrong. He spelled cooking before. He spelled cook and cooking before on Sanji. And he spelt it right. And suddenly he spells cooking? I'm not convinced that that was a mistake. I'm convinced that he was being cheeky. Like, is that so far-fetched of Oda to do that? I don't think it is. Like, I think he was having a laugh. Turn my iPad off by accident. Oh, being so cozy. Oh, I'm glad that it's comfy to work alongside me, truly. Because I know a lot of people just need that constant noise. I'm one of them. I usually put on the 8-hour Five Nights at Freddy's lore video when I need something on in the background. Or even funnier, if Oda didn't do it on purpose. And they were like, Mr. Oda, like Shonen Jump, we're like, Mr. Oda, we have to like change this for like the chapter release because this is actually a naughty word in English. You cannot convince me Oda didn't laugh and say, can we keep it? Like, even if it wasn't on purpose, he would have chuckled at that, you know? But I'm just a little bit convinced he did it on purpose. He literally always talks about dicks in his SBS. And he picks those. Remember that he picks those. Oh fuck, I didn't read the Usopp hate essay. I fell asleep the second I stopped streaming yesterday. Hello. Wow, wow. You guys didn't beat him up, did you? This shit is not that serious. For me, it's serious. For me, it's serious. But for you guys, it's not that serious. Look, everyone has had an L in this stream, me included. My favorite one is, and if the guy is still here, please do let me know. Kaido is stronger than titanium or something. That was a really good one. I really like that one. I still think about that. It was like Kaido can like break titanium or something. Zoan type from Saboti that's not ex-Drake. Big News Morgan? Is he from Saboti? Monkey talk. Yeah, from Subodhi, is that the appearance or the home? Because that might be Big News Morgan, wouldn't it? Big News Morgan's first appearance was at Subodhi, I believe. Am I wrong about that? I swear that's where we first saw him. Because of the Whitebeard war that was happening, Marineford. Big News was first seen on Hawkeye Island? Damn. I guess because people were journalists there. Zoan type. Subodhi appearance. Not Drake. What the hell? I was thinking someone from Duval's crew, but I don't think any of them had Zoan fruit. Zoan is when you like turn into something, right? It's not Hawkins. Is Hawkins fruit Zoan? Hawkins can turn into something. Hawkins is Paramecia. The most, not everything Paramecia. The most in the world. Yeah, they're usually animals. Kizaru's Paramecia. Kuma... I don't know what Kuma is. Sentomato doesn't have a devil fruit. Damn! This shit's tough, oh my god! I'm trying to think of like a character that was a slave or something. Sorry, Logia, I don't know this shit. Okay, I don't know this shit. Bonnie? Yeah, is Bonnie Zoan? Or no? Because Zoan's an animal, right? Usually an animal. Damn. Yeah, this shit's tough. Oh my god. I just can't think of anyone. Who the fuck was introduced in Subodhi? All of the worst gen were introduced in Subodhi, but it was Extract the only Paramecia? Sorry, the only Zoan? No, Law doesn't have Zoans on the crew. No, Sentomato doesn't have a devil fruit. See, I was thinking Beppo as well, but Beppo doesn't have a fruit. He's just a mink. Blackbeard's first appearance wasn't Subodhi. Kid doesn't have anyone on his crew that's a Zoan. Remember, first appearance is Subodhi. Would Smile count? Does that count? But it was defect. Beige? Beige? Is that a Zoan? You can turn into a castle. I thought Zoan was animal. It was killer! It was killer! Do they consider that a Zoan, do they? That's ridiculous. That is not a Zoan fruit. Bro, that's a fucking defect fruit. Are you kidding me? It wasn't Drake. That's why we were stumped. Killer? No, Killer has a fruit, but it's a smile fruit. And it's not a Zoan because it's a defect fruit. That does not count. He can't fucking turn into anything. Nah, that's stupid. That's dumb. That's stupid and dumb. Also, smile fruits don't have 3 forms, even if they work. Aren't I right about that? I thought they permanently alter you forever. I've never seen Speed Horselina as anything but a horse. Alright, now to That's stupid. That's just stupid and dumb. Big tree, big tree. I mean, Drew, I haven't read your essay yet, but I need you to know you have not been met with good reviews. You have not been met with good reviews from the crowd, I'll tell you that much. And I'm now afraid to read it due to the fact that it might anger me. It might make me feel rage. I don't know if I want to... Bro, you are literally the one in the corner right now. What is this penis music? Hang on, I'm gonna change this. Much better. Alright. Damn, my drink kind of tastes like mashed potatoes. Pretty good. Standing on business. I'm just drinking green tea. But I guess I have a mixture of flavors in my mouth, so it makes it taste like mashed potatoes. Oh, sorry, the Discord is gate-kept, I'm afraid. You must pay the troll toll to get into the Discord. Because, it keeps out, like, people who would just want to go in there to just cause a fuss, basically, you know? Potato wine, I'm pretty sure I've had that. If you want to join my Discord, it's on my Patreon. Or you can sub on Twitch, but Patreon's cheaper. Originally, when I added the troll toll, I remember I had some friends be like, are you sure you want to do that? Wouldn't that discourage people? And I was thinking, unfortunately, I kind of want to discourage people because the people that would be discouraged from it would probably be the ones that would be a fuss to manage. And now those same friends have been like, the Discord, my Discord is pretty calm. There's some problems, but all Discords have problems, but it's pretty calm. It's because of the troll toll. Do you know how many times I've seen a group Discord, like a public Discord, right? And the public Discord gets trolls just entering the Discord just to say or send the most rancid shit they can think of, just to see if they can get kicked out or to start a fight. The troll toll discourages trolls. That's why it's the troll toll. Danny birthday, happy Danny day. Oh, Bobbing's so cute. Happy Danny day, Danny. He hasn't credited me, by the way, for his PhD. Once again, a man taking credit for a woman's work. Sigh. How did I contribute? By being a source that made it so he could even publish his essay. His PhD level essay. I'm kidding, of course he credited me. Bye-bye. Saber or Fred, you're going to the dungeon. You are going to the dungeon for that. Sorry, Emma, I'm not sure what you're asking there. Can you reword that question? I love this hedgehog. Oh, bye, Crash. I didn't even know you were here. I mean, I think I did, but I'm not sure now. I do love Shadow the Hedgehog. It's true. Why is that a controversial thing? Wow. I would love a fun Loki fact. The Vinsmoke brothers are assassins who are known to be emotionless, and some have said that there's real emotion in killing. Does this have something to do with them, or are they just cruel? No, Sommers is just sadistic. Sommers is just an elite celestial dragon level member of society. and it's showing how Somers literally has zero empathy with the position of where he is. He's got such little empathy that he finds the best emotion comes from killing, and he enjoys that. Like, it's a separate thing from the Vinsmoke brothers. The Vinsmoke brothers were made emotionless, I say lightly because I still don't think they are emotionless, to be killing machines. On the other hand, Somers enjoys killing. He thinks there's emotion in killing. He's just literally no compassion, no care, and no empathy at all in his heart. It's just Somers being just like evil, basically. It's him being the 1% and not seeing lives as anything precious. The OG Loki from mythology once sewed his balls to a goat. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm just having a laugh, you know. Oh my god, it's Luffy's birthday today. For me, anyway. 5-5. I mean, what I always think about is there have been studies done that a lot of the time, the more money someone has, like the richer someone has, the less empathy they can have. Like, this is a study that's been done. It's not all the time, but it's a lot of the time. And I look at Somers and I look at his position. He's literally on top of the world. And it's not surprising. Well, Somers has just basically obviously been taught and told, grown up with the idea everyone's beneath him. He's a god. You know, he's a holy knight. He's a god. There is killing people to him is like killing bugs. Remember what Saturn said? That everyone's insects to them. What Somers does with people is what, like, you did at 10 years old with a magnifying glass and ants. That's how he sees it. And he's like, wow, there's real emotion in watching these ants burn under the magnifying glass. Oh, sorry, bobbing. Not comfy, huh? I know. She hates when I stream. She hates it. Sabo Fred, if Shamrocks is a Nepo baby, so is his twin brother. He was dumped on a random ship. We don't know what happened, but he is technically a Nepo baby if he is born from wealth. That's the definition. Well, did he reserve the nepotism from it? Or not? He could go back to the Holy Lands. Is that not something a Nepo baby can do? Maybe he rejected it. A good hard-working crush out. Hey, hold on guys. Who says Shamrock had an easy life? Wait, we're really assuming things right now. Who said Shamrock's had an easy life, huh? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lays, I'm gonna be honest with you. No, I do not think that's Oda in Norse mythology. That's just One Piece. Luffy shares food with people that he likes. I do not believe that's Norse mythology. This is just a common thing that happens in One Piece. Like, food is a huge thing in One Piece. I wouldn't credit that to Norse mythology. I'm sorry, it's true, Lays. It's true. Food is a huge factor in One Piece. A huge one. I wouldn't say that's Norse mythology inspired at all. I just say Oda thinks the concept of food, sharing a meal, eating together is something important. What's something he said? I think Oda said this in an SBS, which was the phrase, "What are we having for dinner?" is probably said by everyone in the world. Like every child in the world, in all languages. And I was like, damn, that's so profound. Also, Mama Mad Dog, that's both true and not true. Because Luffy, like... Doffy tried to bribe Luffy with meat and that didn't work, don't forget. It's not just food that, like, makes Luffy help someone. Never has been. But food is an important part. Well, the reason I don't like Luffy will save whoever gives him food. The reason I don't like that, and the reason I say no, that's not true, is because if there were like a tyrant that offered Luffy food, he's not going to help them at all. Like, at all. Think about what happened with Kaido's crew, and how Kaido's crew was sharing food with Luffy in that party. And how that angered Luffy because Luffy saw how much everyone was eating and then he remembered what was happening with Otama and how Otama couldn't even eat because of them hoarding the food. Right? They were offering him food and he was going, no, this is disgusting. Like, I don't like how people say, oh, anyone who gives him food he saves. That's not true. It's more than that. Because otherwise there's this idea that whoever feeds Luffy gets Luffy on their side, and that's simply untrue. It's not how it works. Luffy likes food, but he also thinks critically. Do, 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 do. Yeah, and Zoro also said no to booze. I really like that party scene actually in Onigashima. Why don't I edit on After Effects? Because I fucking hate After Effects! I hate After Effects. I hate its layout. I'm just comfy with Sony Vegas. I don't have anything I need to do in After Effects. Also, editing full video essays in After Effects is a bit crazy. I don't think After Effects is made for that. It's more precise in After Effects. Okay, great, but I'm not using it. I'm staying in Sony Vegas. I'm sorry. I hate After Effects' layout. It gives me a headache. But also, I'm not an effects editor anyways. I don't need it. Like, I'm fine where I am. Thank you very much. I hate this question. Would Sanji disapprove of the Reds starving the Seedies? Gee, let's think about it. Who the fuck is hoarding all the food so other islands can't eat? Who's doing that? The Celestial Dragons with the offerings. I'm sorry, respectfully, this question makes me angry because just think about it. The Celestial Dragons are the reasons tons of the world cannot eat. Because they have to offer their money and food to the Celestial Dragons. That would anger Sanji more than fucking anything else. Anything else. He wouldn't fight the Celestial Dragons if they were starving. But he sure as hell wouldn't be against what's going on there. He will feed someone who is starving, but he does that because he doesn't like that they're starving, yes, but so he can fight them. He's not going to fight someone who's starving. But he's also not going to feel much for someone who is purposely starving other people out. Like, I personally do not think he would fucking care. It's just... Use a bit of critical thinking. Sanji probably does not give a shit about the Celestial Dragons starving. He'll be like, yeah, I'll feed them to fight them. But they are the reason the world is starving. And that would anger him more than anything else. Again, he'd stop fighting to feed them and then he'd keep fighting, but he'd be disgusted by them. Like, he wouldn't care about them, he cares about the starving fact. But I don't think he'd be angry at the Celestial Dragons starving when the rest of the world is being starved because of the Celestial Dragons. Like, this is a situation that is unlike anything else. It's not like Don Craig and Gin back in the Baratier were taking, like, tons of food from people and leaving them to starve, were they? That's not what was going on there. The Celestial Dragons are literally starving the world out of resources. They are the reason the world is starving a lot of the time. I just don't think Sanji would give a shit. He wouldn't fight them unless they were full, yes. But I don't think he'd really care if they were starving the Celestial Dragons out when the Celestial Dragons are starving the world out. Do you know what I mean? That would anger him more than fucking anything else. Also, the Celestial Dragons waste food like nothing else. We've seen it. Like, I don't think he'd have fucking any care for the Celestial Dragons. Like, none. Just none. Yeah, you're not getting it. Yes, if he had to fight them, he'd feed them. Because he's not fighting someone with an empty stomach. That's his point. But but he wouldn't fucking care about the fact that they're starving in the first place if he's not there. Do you know what I mean? Because again, these people are starving out the rest of the world. What about the ladies? Think about what happened with Black Maria. Robin beat the shit out of Black Maria. Do you think Robin cares? Do you think Sanji cared about what happened to Black Maria once he was gone? Sanji can still detect who's a horrible person. He's not blinded by this. The Celestial Dragons are just awful. They are so awful, they are literally starving the world off. They waste food. They shoot people who are starving, by the way, because they're saying, I don't have enough food. And they take resources and food from other islands. If Sanji had to fight them, he wouldn't fight them on an empty stomach, but I don't think he'd care what the Revs are doing right now, because the Celestial Dragons are the reason the majority of the world is starving in the first place. Like, I'm sorry, it's just critical thinking. I just don't think he'd really give that much of a shit. Would he fight them if they were on an empty stomach? No. Would he fight a Celestial Dragon that's a woman? No. But would he care about the fact anyone's fighting them or starving them out in the first place? No. He just wouldn't care. The chef was not only killed, the chef was starving. Because the chef isn't eating anything to be able to make food for the Celestial Dragons. That would anger Sanji more than fucking anything else. Like, Sanji would just be disgusted with them. Disgusted. I just don't think he'd care what the Revs are doing. Think about what Sanji did with Full Body, when Full Body wasted that food. He hadn't even eaten anything yet. Well, what gets me is like, Gin and Don Craig, yes, they were going to do bad things. Gin and Don Craig were not starving people out, is what gets me. They are not the reason for the world's starving and food problem, right? That's a whole different conversation. Yeah, Sanji would try to keep everyone well fed, but he's not looking at the Revs and going, oh my god, how could they? Because again, it's critical thinking. They're doing this to the Celestial Dragons because the Celestial Dragons are the problem for the world's resources right now. Like Sanji, also Sanji's not beating Gunko point blank, by the way. Like, he's not fighting her point blank. Yes, Sanji punched Mumu for trying to eat him, even though Mumu was hungry. Sanji's not like an idiot. He's not blind to the world. You don't understand. Yes, Sanji doesn't beat women. He doesn't hit women. But if someone else does it, if he has to win against this woman, such as Black Maria, he's not turning an eye to that because he understands Black Maria needs to be beat. He just doesn't want to be the one to do it. Because that goes against his own ethics. But he's not going to Robin going, oh my god, Robin, don't hurt her. That's the point. He follows his own morals, yes, but he also understands what has to be done. Khalifa on Annie's lobby as well. Big Mum as well. In Wano. Like, he's not blind to the world. Like, if anything, if they were about to fight the Celestial Dragons and the Celestial Dragons were hungry, he'd go, wait, and then he'd feed them, and then guess what he'd do? He'd beat the fucking shit out of them. And he'd say, you fucking scumbag starving everyone. And he'd say, the only reason I'm not letting you starve is because I can't stand it. But I don't give a shit if the Revs are doing that. Like, that's what he would do. My 2-finger typing. The reason Sanji doesn't hurt women is because Zeff said, if you do, I will disown you. I always say this, Sanji doesn't hurt, like, it's such a misunderstanding for why Sanji doesn't hurt women. It has nothing to do with him looking down on women or anything, or having any problem with women. It has everything to do with the fact he doesn't want to disappoint Zeff. Sanji works off approval from others. That's the whole point of Whole Cake Island. If Sanji doesn't have Zeff's approval, he feels like a failure. He'd probably end himself. Zeff said to him, if you ever hit a woman, I'm disowning you. I will never be associated with that. And Sanji was like, okay. Because Sanji doesn't want to be disowned by Zeff. He looks up to Zeff so much. It has nothing to do with how Sanji himself sees women. He doesn't think they're weak. He doesn't think they need to be protected. He's never thought that. It's simply because Zeff said not to. It's that simple. It's such a misconception about why Sanji doesn't hurt women. Or doesn't hit women. Exactly, he's just got deep-rooted daddy issues. Yeah, Sanji, exactly. No matter who Sanji is, he'd never hit women. Because Zeff said not to. It's that simple. It has nothing to do with how Sanji views women. Again, such a misconception. It's so frustrating when people get that wrong. Zeff didn't insist women are too weak for the kitchen. What are you talking about? Zeff said, I don't want to hire women because I teach people by kicking them and I don't want to hit women. He never said they were too weak for the kitchen. Zeff has problems, don't get me wrong, but it's also because Zeff himself doesn't want to hit women. It had nothing to do with Zeff going, they're too weak for the kitchen. It was him going, I don't want to hit any women because that's how I teach. I kick. I don't want to kick women. Zeff has issues, yes, but he never said it's because women are weak. In an SBS? I'm sorry? It's in the manga itself. What do you mean in the SBS? In the manga itself, Zeff explains it. An SBS? Like, he never said, I can't have women in the kitchen because they're too weak. It was, I can't have women in the kitchen because I don't want to kick women and that's how I teach. It was in... Oh my god, the manga says otherwise. Like... What are you talking about? I'll be honest with you, I think you made this up. There is literally a chapter of Zeff saying why he won't hire women. He says exactly the reason. And the exact reason is because I teach by kicking, I don't want to kick women. That's it, that's the reason. It's just, I can give you the chapter number of when Zeff said this. Why would Oda clarify that in an SBS when we have it said in the manga? I'm confident that was never said. And again, Zeff has problems, but he never said that. Sanji versus 100 hungry gorillas. Give me a sec. Yeah, you're talking about the chapter that I'm talking about, which is I don't want to hire women because I teach by kicking. And I just don't want to kick any woman. Stated in chapter 842. Where does it say this in chapter 842? Sorry? What page does it say that? I don't remember a whole monologue about it. I just remember Zeff saying why. Zeff takes on the period cramps. He didn't hire women because he thought they were too weak. He didn't hire women because he just didn't want to hurt any women. He didn't want to kick him. Also, I'll be honest with you guys. It's fine to not want to hurt women. I'm just gonna say it. Like, there's a difference between I don't want to hurt women and actually women are too weak. If I do something, I'll hurt them. There's a huge difference between those two things. Like, it's fine to be someone who's like, actually, I don't want to hurt women. Just point blank, I don't want to hurt women. Compared to, no, women are weak, I'll hurt them. That's a whole other conversation. But not once has Sanji or Zeff ever said, no, women are weak. That's like a whole other conversation. Like, controversial opinion, I think it's fine to not want to hurt women. But I also think you should not want to hurt anyone, personally. That's the problem there. Like, you should teach children, you should just not want to hurt anyone. You're welcome, Cyber Weasel. What am I opening here? Oh, it's gone. Oh my god. Hang on. Guys, controversial opinion. I think it's good to not hurt women. The funniest thing about Zeff is like hurting women, kicking a child. Like, see, that's an issue. Hurting a woman, no, monsieur. Kicking a child, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Zeff's also a boomer. Well, look, it always makes me think about the scene in Water 7 where Sanji is watching Robin walk on the train. And Sanji says, Robin is strong enough to get out of this by herself. What's going on? I.e., Sanji has acknowledgement that yes, These ladies are powerful. I don't need to be their knight. Mate, don't use the Vivre Cards for anything. Use the manga. I'm sorry, I cannot stand the Vivre Cards because they are just merchandising slop, respectfully. I'll never get Oda saying, if you want that, go to the fucking Vivre Cards, and then saying it anyways in the manga. It's the fact that we know Oda doesn't write any of that shit. We know that. And people will still go, in the Vivre Cards, bro, the Vivre Cards get shit wrong all the time. You should not be using the Vivre Cards for any information. Yes, but my point is, don't hold that to canon. That's what I'm saying. Because you know what can happen? Oda can put that in the manga and it can be something totally different. The SBS and the manga are the two things you should be looking at. Any interview from Oda are the things you should be looking at. Look, I'm a firm believer. Use the manga for all sources of information. Why does anyone go outside of it? I don't know why anyone goes outside of it. I.e., when I say, by the way, Zoro's not the first mate, and someone says, in the live action... do you know how many times that's happened? Do you know how many times that's happened? Well, I have said, Oda himself has said this. And someone will pull out something from their ass. And I'm like, the manga is literally the thing he's writing. You're joshing me. Are you actually joshing me? Like, I cannot get over it. I just can't get over it. I can't get over, in the manga this happens, and someone says, but outside of the manga, I don't fucking care what happens outside of the manga. You want Oda's, like, purest vision that you can possibly get of what he is writing here? Go to the manga. It's that simple. Yes, editors can be involved in the manga, that much is true, but Oda has the most control over the manga than anything else ever. Why the fuck are we using anything else as any source of information? It's just absolutely insane to me. It's like people going, but in Ace's novel, Oda didn't write that. Yeah, he may have given some notes here and there, but he didn't write that. So I don't care about that. It's a fun little thing on the side. It's an Easter egg you can read. I agree with that, but he didn't write that. And my argument is, he can change anything he wants about any outside source in his manga. Anything. You seriously think when he's writing about Ace, he's thinking, but in the novel. You know what I mean? Like, he's not. He's only writing what's in his head for his story. It just frustrates me. We have a true blue source for things in One Piece, and people will go, I'm going outside of that. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Like, everything else is a fun Easter egg, but it's not factual. Stop it! This music's so loud. As always, I'm gonna start saying, okay, so Sanji handled Wano. Zoro just gave Sanji Wano to handle. The only one he ever did.
Howdy do, boys!
You have too much integrity for that. But cross-referencing what, though? Why do you need to cross-reference anything with the Vivre card is my question. You shouldn't. You just have the manga. This is my argument here. What are you cross-referencing with the manga? Do you see what I mean? You don't need anything else. This is my argument. Why are you cross-referencing anything with the manga? It's just bizarre to me. There is no need to cross-reference. You have the manga. That is the one source that you need. Oh, you're helping them with their fanfic. Then tell them, okay, in the manga it says this. It's simple. Simple as can be. There's nothing else you need to look at. Also, it's a fanfic. Who cares? It's a fan fiction. They can write whatever they want. But that's fine, Cyber Weasel, because that's a fan fiction. When it's you and me, and we're trying to be One Piece lore people, I'm making video essays, I'm using nothing but the manga. I don't care. Who cares what anyone uses for, like, fan fiction? It's fan fiction. You're allowed to write whatever you want. You can write whatever the hell you want. There are fanfics inspired off movies, you know? One Piece movies. That's fine. Why do you have to cross-reference that? I'm not again, because Cyber Weasel, I didn't know what you were cross-referencing was for a fanfic. I thought what you were saying is when you're looking at One Piece lore, you use the Vivre Cards as a cross-reference for the manga. And my question is, why are you even doing that? You have the manga. But if you're talking about someone who was originally looking at the Vivre Cards and making a fanfic, that's a whole other conversation. That doesn't matter, it's a fanfic. But if you're trying to actually have, like, official One Piece lore in your head, then no, there's nothing to cross-reference. Do you know what I mean? Look, the way you worded it sounded like you were saying what's happening in the manga, you were using the Vivre Cards to cross-reference what's happening. And that's nonsensical to me. Because there's nothing to cross-reference of what's happening in the manga, do you know what I mean? But if it's the other way, and you're reading the Vivre Cards, and you're like, does that actually happen in the manga? That's a whole other conversation. You're cross-referencing the Vivre Cards, not the manga. Look, I just have beef with the Vivre Cards because they've been wrong so many times and people still use them. I have such beef with them and it's like, I'm actually sick of this. You literally have the manga. Like, I've just had it. Like, I just don't know how to fully explain to people this is merchandising. It's something you buy for merchandise. It's an Easter egg at best. Right, the SPS says more than Vivre Cards, is true. Also, the One Piece wiki as well uses the Vivre Cards as factual information, and I cannot stand that. Like, they need to at least say, in brackets, in the Vivre Cards or something. I know they, like, reference it, but come on. It drives me nuts, and it's like, this is not factual. The tattoo's at its itchy stage, and it's killing me. It is starting to itch and I hate it. Vivre card is so in the anime, of course, the Vivre, oh, sorry, the anime, oh my god, in the manga, the Vivre card is obviously what you use to be able to find someone. Outside of the manga, Shonen Jump / Shueisha sells something called Vivre cards, which are just info cards on all the One Piece characters. And some people use them for factual things, and again, it frustrates me because it's not canon. It's literally just merchandising. There's like all these claims that Oda like writes some and notes some. He doesn't. He doesn't. They are literally written by a different like subset of Shueisha. No, we know how Vivre cards are made. They're written up by one of Shueisha's like merchandising groups. Like, we know this. Was it Shueisha? Or it came from like a different company or something. It wasn't even like under Oda or anything. But yeah, people have had to bend backwards to try and prove that Oda has had a part in the Vivre cards. And when I say bend backwards, I mean, look, this is his handwriting on this one note. And it's like, is that even true? Like, do you know what I mean? There's barely anything that says anything about Oda having anything to do with the Vivre cards. And again, why are you looking at that? Just look at the manga. Like, I just don't get it. I really don't get it. I'm a little worried about my tattoo healing properly because I move a lot. Obviously, my legs move much more than like my arm ever did, so I'm a little bit nervous. This chapter review should either be done tomorrow or the day after. I've got time. Probably tomorrow because I got to get this out before the leaks. Oh. Member public 600 plus member public One Piece community. That's so beautiful. But yeah, look, the way I see the Vivre cards is Easter eggs. That's how I see them. But the reason they peeve me so bad is because as someone who my job is making these One Piece video essays, as someone who gets comments like, but in the Vivre card, you cannot imagine how much that grinds my gears. You just cannot imagine what, like, why am I looking outside the thing I am talking about to try and prove something that doesn't even need to be proven? Do you know what I mean? It is just bizarre. That's not even Oda's own words. I'll only do that if it's Oda's own words, i.e. interviews, SBSs. But if it's not, there's no need for me to really look at it unless I just want an Easter egg. The Vivre card is made... Aren't they made using any piece of your body? Like, it doesn't have to be fingernails, right? It can be hair as well. That's anime only. Is it really? Is it just fingernails? I wonder why. What happens if you don't have fingernails? Like, how many fishmen have fingernails? Oh! Does an SBS ever say how they're made? Has it been from the horse's mouth? Even the SBS you have to take with a grain of salt though, because Oda's such a fucking troll. La 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 la. A web pea. Oh my god, I'm going to kill you. What if the Vivre Cards are made out of like something profound? Like what if there's profound lore behind how Vivre Cards are made and that's why the manga hasn't said anything? That would be funny. I believe that was anime only, my friend. I'll never forget getting tricked by the anime. Because I totally forgot that, like, a lot of what Zoro said during the fight against Kaido and Big Mom. Zoro said, if you're dragging my captain to hell, I'm going with you, or I'm going with him. And I was like, yeah, that's in the manga. And I wrote up my Zoro death video with that line. And then, as I was reading through the fight to get the panels that I needed, I couldn't fucking find where he said that. And I was like, what's going on here? Where the fuck is the scene where Zoro says, if you're dragging my captain to hell, I'm going with him? He never says it! That's like such a big thing, in my opinion, for someone like Zoro to say. They just added that in. Like, I was just befuddled. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, why did they add that? He doesn't even say that. Wrong. You know what is canon? You know what only filler counts as canon? This filler. This is the only filler that should count as canon. This is it. This is the only one. Cinema. Suck for Weasel, that's insane! That's insane! Wait, there's another one that is canon. This as well is also canon. This isn't filler, this is canon. Iconic, to be honest. I'll never forget when my friend sent me a screenshot of this. Not this, but from this episode. And he said, "Is this filler or not?" And I said, "Oh no," and he said like, "What's going on?" And I said, "Oh, that's filler." And he sent me a single frame. And he said, "How the fuck did you know that what episode this was?" And he was like, "Do you know the episode?" And I said, "It opens with Zoro and Sanji sleeping on each other, right?" And he went, "Oh." He went, "Oh." And I was like, "Yeah, that's how I know." Go away. All right. Dishwashing scene's not in the manga. How's it already been an hour? I think it was really funny Ace gave Luffy a Vivre card and then didn't explain what it was. That cracks me up. Like, he really decided to be mysterious about that. Remember, Gunko is not a saint. Gunko stands out the same way Shamrock isn't a saint. Don't forget. Killing him and some as a saint. Gunko and Shamrock are not. Don't forget, don't forget. No, Oda didn't forget about Smoker. Oda hasn't forgotten about any of his characters. He definitely hasn't forgotten about Smoker as well. Here's something about Oda. He just brings in characters when he knows he needs to bring them in. He doesn't forget anyone. He's just writing a story. It's that simple. Well, the reason Oda's building up this world it's not only show us this world is lived in, but because there's going to be a huge fucking war. Of course tons of characters are going to come back. I hope Sanji's hair turns black if it becomes emotionless. That would be cool. Bellamy's currently living his life. I think, isn't he
Howdy do, boys?
oh fuck, is he a shipwright now or is he a architect? One or the other. Flag painter, that's what he is. He's just living his life now.
Howdy do, boys.
1, 4, 6, 3. What beautiful music. I really need to move that to my other screen. We saw Kuro in a little cover art. That was cute. It was with cats. Sad. It's true we don't know what Arlong is, but I think it is safe to assume he's probably in Impel Down. I don't know where else he would be. Mm-hmm. Mm. Colin's really cute, Colin and his little friends. I'm really excited to see what happens with them. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I need a clip, and I've been trying to find it. A clip from The Incredibles. Oh, whoops, I forgot to make this move. Hang on, I'm pausing the music. I'm trying to find a clip. I don't want to use Chrome for it. But how good is the quality? 480? The quality's so bad! Oh my god, I hate it here. Oh, it'll have to do. It's become hell to download YouTube videos now. Genuinely, it's just become so awful. Because of YouTube Premium being a thing where you can download these videos now. They're trying to stop YouTube downloading sites. And it has become the bane of my existence. That's not gonna work. AI YouTube video downloader. For the love of God, why do I need AI to download a YouTube video? I'm sick of this buzzword. I'm sick of it. What do I think Zoro would do on Whole Cake Island? He'd go... He wouldn't wait. He'd go after Sanji. Zoro would read through the facade the same way Luffy did. The difference is Luffy knows to wait. I think Zoro would just be insanely frustrated. And he'd be angry that they can't just go get him. Like, I genuinely think he'd just fucking throw Sanji in a bag and drag him back to the ship. Also, Zoro in the Wandering Woods, yeah. Remember when all the Straw Hats missed Vivi? And Zoro was like, then why didn't you just kidnap her? That was like crazy. Like, if anything, I think Zoro would be frustrated that Luffy is just sitting there, waiting, and I think Zoro would be the one saying, we gotta go to him! Because Zoro's very forward. Who would Zoro fight in Whole Cake Island? I mean, he'd fight through people, but no one, like, specific. Remember, Whole Cake Island was more of a runaway arc than anything. Luffy's the only one that got a proper fight for a reason. But I don't think he'd have anyone he needs to fight. They just have to run. Remember, everyone was running in Whole Cake Island. Luffy was the one staying back to fight Katakuri. I don't think Zoro would have anyone to fight. If anything, Zoro would be the first one to get kidnapped and held in that jail cell by Big Mom, the same way Luffy and Nami were. God, the quality sucks. I want to see Zoro's reaction to Sanji's family so fucking bad, you have no idea. Because he would be like, oh fuck, there's like 4 more of them. Up.
Howdy do, boys.
Howdy do. Hello. Look. For fishmen, Jinbei's got the best breasts. For implants, Frankie's got the best breasts. For humans, and natural, it's Zoro. This is a really nice page. %95% band and 5% cup. What does that mean? I just bit my tongue. What does that mean? All diameter and no handful? Are you saying he's wide? God, this quality sucks, poo-poo bum. Oh. I disagree though, he bounces. Sorry, the joke here is I find it really funny that, because of what Usopp said to Gunko, she starts monologuing. What, I fucked up. Delete. I don't think the Holy Knights know about Imu, no. I think only the Elders know. Because remember, like, no one knows about Imu except for the Elders at this point. Hi, Voltican. Garland got promoted. That's why he knows. Don't forget that Garling got a promotion. Ow. Happy promotion. You now know of the all-seeing God that resides on the throne. I don't know the position of the Holy Knights at this point. It's interesting that the Holy Knights are made out of saints and non-saints. I think the saint title's inherited. 100% inherited. I don't know why it wouldn't be. I don't think it has to be earned at all. Because how in the fucking world would the other celestial dragons who do fuck all have inherited that? I mean, earned that. It definitely is inherited in my opinion. Because I don't know how they would earn that. No. It's not an age thing. Because, every single celestial dragon we meet has been a saint. All of them. Yes, granted, we haven't met many children. But, like Charlos, from what we know, he's not old. Just remember, all the celestial dragons, every single one, without fail, is a saint. Except for Shamrock. It's definitely inherited. I don't know what else it could be. Hence why I'm fully of the belief Shamrock is just of filthy blood. He's just of bastard blood. It has to be the case, right? Because what do you mean his daddy is a saint and he's not? Because like I truly, because when you're a celestial dragon, the celestial dragons think they are above the world. Their blood is what makes them celestial dragons. I don't think saint is a title you can earn. I think it's something you just are. Doffy's mother and father were saints, but we didn't get the info cards for Doffy and Corazon when they were kids. Like the introduction cards, just as parents. They're all saints, all of them. I'm telling you, every single celestial dragon we've met, without fail, has been a saint. All of them. Every single one. But yeah, I don't know how you'd earn being a celestial dragon when being a celestial dragon is not earned. It is just royalty. Like, you don't earn being a princess, do you? You're just born into it. I don't know why you'd earn being a saint as a celestial dragon when the celestial dragons don't believe you can earn anything. You just are. They are gods. They are celestial dragons. What would they have to earn exactly? Now remember, they lied to Stella about York about being a celestial dragon. They're never going to do that for her, and it makes me wonder if they lied to Loki as well about that. But Gunko and Shamrock are not saints. No, Nefertari family are not saints because they left. They left the Holy Lands. Or they were not part of it. Don't get me wrong now, like back in the day, yeah, they got the title of saint probably because they made the world government. Now, that's a history long forgotten. Now you were born a saint as one of the original 19 families. A lot of incest that probably happens up there. Like, don't get me wrong, they became royalty. That's probably the most reasonable thing. Because, you know, you're not just born at the very, very start. You're not just born royalty, are you? But now they just are. They just are born as saints and celestial dragons. But yeah, I just do not believe saint is something you earn when all the celestial dragons who literally do fuck all are saints. Like, how are you earning that? They have to be born into it. I just think Shamrock is literally a bastard child. And it's very possible Gunko is getting this human focus because she feels inferior to the saints that are holy knights, or the holy knights that are saints, because she can't possibly have that title. She will be more human technically than they will ever be, simply because she is separated from that title. And I think that makes her feel... it gives her a complex, it seems. I'd say they do, Mama Mad Dog, yeah. I'd say they definitely do. Unless you purposefully walk out of those privileges, which is what Doffy's parents did. Also, there is no king that the Celestial Dragons can become because Imu's there. I don't think that's a fair thing to equate it with, because the Celestial Dragons are not there to become the next in line. Imu is literally the one ruling over everything and has been for who knows how fucking long. They're just Celestial Dragons. They are born it, and they are born as saints. And they are born thinking that they are gods. Also, it would be a good, in my opinion, parallel to Luffy. The Celestial Dragons believe they are born gods. However, there is a god that is being made in One Piece, and that's Luffy. Luffy's quite literally making himself into one. He's earning that. He is earning people's faith. He is earning people's worship. And I really like that contrast. The Celestial Dragons believe they are born to be gods, and they are not truly believed to be gods. They're just feared. Luffy, on the other hand, is the one creating miracles with his own hands. He is quite literally creating his image as a god, whether he is purposely doing that or not. And it's a really good parallel to the Celestial Dragons. Anyone remember the chapter where Brooke said Roger was like a rookie? He was like, Roger, I think I remember a rookie by that name. Why isn't Shamrock a saint? Well, we're talking about that. I think he's a bastard. I think he's not born of the pure Celestial Dragon blood. I think his mother or his father, one or the other, were probably slaves. Because Bonnie's not a fucking saint. They didn't give a shit about Bonnie at all. There are some people that were like, oh, but the Celestial Dragons were Bonnie. They were trying to reason it. It doesn't make sense. The Celestial Dragons did not give a fuck about Bonnie. They literally used her as a lab rat and then just went to kill her. Like, they had absolutely no care for Bonnie. She was an insect to them. To the point that they even experimented on her in the womb. They threw Bonnie away because she was a failed experiment. And I think it's the same as Shamrock. I think Shamrock's mother or father, one of his parents, was probably a slave. Alright, I don't remember the arc where Brooke is like, Roger. It might be after Thriller Bark. Hang on, maybe I can just look it up. It was in Sabrody. It's when Rayleigh and Brooke are talking. Well, Rayleigh is talking with everyone and Brooke's there. Alright, I can find this page. I was looking for the manga, not for the anime episode. Sorry. There it is. Boiled beans! No, you gotta put some swaz on it, grommets! Top beans! Oh my god, that's been a while. He's so right, boiled beans. Zoro. Zoro, these microaggressions. Oh my god. Zoro, these microaggressions have to stop. I want to imagine, because he hasn't said shit like this in a while. I want to imagine it's because Jinbei's on the crew now. Like, if they talk about fishmen, right? Zoro's like, oh, what, that octopus? And then Jinbei's... And Zoro's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Zoro's like, I just didn't think. And Jinbei's like, yeah, you didn't. You didn't. Don't let it happen again. I'm sorry. He said something fucking foul about the minx. What did he say? Hang on, I have the screenshot somewhere, and I was like, fuck, why does he keep doing this? He called the minks some strange animals. This is a bit wild to me. Now, I believe he rescinded this. Because the minks said to them, to us, you are lower minks. You're like minks like us. And Zoro was like, oh, so we're hairless monkey minks. So I believe that Zoro grew. I believe Zoro grew and changed through this arc. But this is still a crazy fucking thing to say about the minks. Trusting some strange animal's instructions. Bro, they're literally fucking speaking to you intellectually. And you're calling them strange animals? I cannot. And then there's this one, which was actually insane. Arta sent me this one. I was gobsmacked. Oh! This one's fucking filthy. This one is so filthy. Now, again, I believe he's changed, but I want to believe he's changed because of Jinbei. Like, if Zoro is about to say shit like this to a fisherman, Jinbei is behind him. Like this. Jinbei's like, you want to run that by me again? And Zoro's, oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what the direct translation is, but Arta sent me this, and Arta, I believe, reads the manga in Japanese. So I have a feeling it's close. Yeah, Jinbei set him straight. Jinbei is helping Zoro grow as a person. Because that's crazy. Listen, we all need to grow. We all need to grow. God damn. I'm sorry, damn dirty half-fish. Arta sent me that. I was baffled. I was baffled, mate. Baffled. Education in Shuiski village wasn't diversity inclusive. Yeah, it was also incredibly sexist. Sorry, Queena, you can't be a swordsman because you're a woman. Damn. Okay, Dad. And Zoro really internalized that. I stand by. There are so many people that try to push Mihawk as Zoro's like dad because they don't like the other guy. I don't even remember his name, Kushida, which is real. I fucking don't like him. But at the same time, we cannot forget his roots. That man raised him. That filthy man raised him, and I'm not happy about it either. Mihawk set him straight. Gotta do this. No, I'm not getting a Sanji style backstory for Zoro. There's nothing to learn about Zoro. Zoro's backstory has nothing to left. I have to always remind people the reason we got hang on. The reason we got that backstory for Sanji is because there were questions that needed to be answered about how the fuck he is where he is. Why was he just a child alone on a ship in the east when he's originally from the north? He had a past to uncover. Zoro doesn't. Zoro doesn't have a past to uncover. We know Zoro's past. We know his home. Zoro's never been like, by the way, I'm actually from like the south, has he? There's no second story to tell from Zoro's past. Zoro's story is the future, the present and the future. There's nothing to look back on for Zoro unless it's related to his village, like the swordsmaker from Wano that was in his village. But that was directly linked to Kuina, not just him. If anything, we'd maybe get more on Wano and how Wano was made, but I don't think Zoro, no. Seeing how Wano was made would be cool though, actually. I'd fuck with that. I would heavily fuck with that. You know what it will say on Nami's globe? Red line, hole in red line. This is where the whales go. Trust. Those without surnames are not getting backstories. Like Usopp? Usopp. Again, we know everything about his past. Nami's not getting one. She was literally an infant baby. Her story was Bellemere. There's nothing else to be told about Nami. Infant baby in a country ravaged by civil war. Okay, and Nami as an infant baby, what would the history of that mean to her? Like, what would that at all mean to her? How does that affect her? That doesn't mean shit to her. Her mother was Bellemere. Her home was in the east. Also, it was an island in the east. In the east, we know this. The fact that Oda even wanted to make a movie about that proves to me he was like, this is just a fun side thing. Again, he put Uta in a movie. Uta's not canon. Like, the events of what happened with Uta is not canon. Movies are a what if at best. Sour grapes, but yeah, no. There's nothing about Nami's past to dive into that will affect Nami. Nami was a literal infant child that Bellemere had found. Like, Nami doesn't know who her blood parents are, and she wouldn't fucking care to know, because her mother was Bellemere. Like, this is what I think people are not understanding about Sanji's Whole Cake Island past. Sanji was like 10 years old when he ran away. He was like 8 to 10 years old. He had a history with the German kingdom that he remembers. Judge affected him personally. Whatever blood parents Nami had did not affect her personally because she doesn't even know them. Her mother is Bellemere. There's nothing else to tell about Nami's past. Her past is Bellemere. There's no mystery. Especially in the One Piece world where war rages all the time. All the time. I agree, Brook's the only one that could be up to this level. Like, we just have to ask ourselves, but what is relevant? What is relevant? Why would Nami's blood parents at all be relevant? At all? Sorry, blood parents. Again, her mother is Bellemere. If you said to Nami, these are your blood parents, she'd be like, my mom's Bellemere. That was the whole point of Bellemere saying, Nami and Nojiko are my daughters, as if I gave birth to them myself. She just wouldn't give a shit. Molly man. I don't know. Look, the reason I'm so heated about this is because I hear this all the time about who's going to get the next Whole Cake Island. And what I'm hearing is people not understanding how Whole Cake Island was even set up to begin with. People not paying attention to Sanji and why Whole Cake Island happened to him to begin with. There's a reason he got Whole Cake Island, is because there was a part of his past that we didn't know that affected him personally. That was always a question. No other Straw Hat except for possibly Brook has that. Shit was set up when Sanji was alone on a boat. sailing the seas trying to be a cook. Like, where did his want for a cook even come from? We saw where Nami's want for navigating, her dream for navigating came from. She was just interested in it. She wanted to be a navigator and it made Bellemere proud. Zoro and the sword, he was raised at a dojo. He had a friend he admired, right? Usopp wanting to be a pirate. Luffy wanting to be a pirate. We saw all that. We didn't even know why Sanji wanted to be a cook. We just knew he wanted to be one. And now we know. It's because he cooked for his mother. And it was the one thing that made his mother smile. Yeah, Anna, we're talking about Brook's Whole Cake Island, which is possible. Like, why Brook wanted to be a musician would be a fantastic plot line. Just fantastic. Anna, I want to know about his night story. So true, Anna. But yeah, there's just no mysteries left for characters like Nami and Zoro personally. Which is why it's like, no, they're not gonna get a Whole Cake Island. Because Whole Cake Island was about unraveling the mystery of why the fuck Sanji was like this. Where he even came from, we didn't even know. Yeah, see, no, Brook definitely has the only one that has the ability to have a story in the way Sanji got one. A Germa 6-6 island. They already have one. Germa 6-6 was part of the world government. They were like a nation. It just moves. It's a moving island. Oh, and Arg. No, I don't care much for that. The snails are the island. How do I say your name? Script? The snails are the island. It's like, it's literally a whole kingdom. Look, what peeves me is there are so many people that want Nami to have a Whole Cake Island. And the question... or the thing that they're saying is, well, how can Nami, like, navigate so well? How can she predict the weather? They think she needs a Whole Cake Island because there's something, like, magical about her. And that is so annoying. Because we saw that she was just insanely talented. As a child, she had always... it's like she honed this talent. She studied as a child to have this talent. And there's this weird thing where everyone's like, no, Nami couldn't have earned that. She must have been born magical to be able to do that. She literally earned that. And I think that's why it frustrates me so much. Like, yes, she is just that intelligent. She is just that good. She doesn't have a supernatural talent for weather prediction. She just is smart. Like, yeah, she's smarter than the average Joe, but she's the best navigator in the world for a reason. Vivi was surprised that Nami could indicate, like, what was happening on the Grand Line, right? But how did Vivi say that Nami knew that? Because she used her body to feel the air temperature. It wasn't just... you know what I mean? It wasn't just Nami going, my magical powers. She uses her whole body to navigate because she studied. She studied. She knows the differences in air temperatures. She knows the differences in winds changing. She knows what that means. And she uses her entire body to be able to figure this out. It's not magic. It's studying. It's studying and it's logic. Like Nami and Vivi didn't go, oh, Nami is so magical. Vivi was like, holy fuck, Nami uses her whole body to navigate. She feels it on her skin. And that's how Vivi was like, okay, we can't go anywhere without Nami. Do 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 do. Do do do. Shock. La 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 la. Is this gonna be a web P? La 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 la. But yeah, look, I'm not letting Nami be the one where people are like, she just can't be that intelligent. Thanks, Brig. I'm not letting Nami be the one where people go, she can't be that intelligent. She couldn't have earned all that. She must be born with something. I'm gonna kill you. It's like saying Robin was born with a supernatural ability to read poneglyphs or something. Rubs me the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way. Sanji moans when people sub separately. So if you sub yourself, Sanji moans. If I get a gift sub, it's Luffy. You know what grinds my gears? Yeah, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? This character sucks. He can't even beat base Lucci. Odin, lend me your hockey. This is base Lucci. It is funny that Zoro was given sword that can just kill people. And it's like, you know what? I would like to see Zoro fight with a normal sword. That isn't sword X Deuce X Machina sword that can just kill people. You know what I mean? I don't actually care, by the way. I seriously don't care that much. But it would be interesting. But it's something to be said that Zoro can tame that sword. That's like the whole thing. That not everyone can use Enma. Because Enma will suck the soul out of you otherwise. La 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 la. Yeah, Yamato's an Oni, and he uses a club, like Onis tend to do. I do like when people go like, Zoro's like up here. Is he like versed Kaido? And again, I don't actually care. I don't care, guys. I don't care about these conversations. But it cracks me up. Because it's like, Zoro got his ass beat. Beat! He got his ass beat so fucking bad that he couldn't move after that. Like, I don't understand how that's used for anything. Kaido did acknowledge him, don't get me wrong, that's impressive in itself. But then Kaido went, oh well, see you, bitch. Zoro slashes him once. Don't forget, Odin's samurai also slashed Kaido's wound open. No, I love Zoro. Zoro can get his ass beat and I love him no matter what. I love Zoro no matter what he does. I like seeing my characters suffer. I like seeing characters I enjoy have issues. This is why Whole Cake Island was fantastic. It was just Sanji's big issue. Sanji's struggle story. I just like that Zoro was getting his ass handed to him by King. And then he heard the, what's it called, shuriken? Hiyori was playing it. And he was like, what the fuck? And Enma, this is how I interpret it. Enma heard it, because that was Odin's song, right? And Enma went, Shami-san, thank you. And Enma heard it. And in my head, Enma went, this guy's just not him. And then he started sucking the fucking soul out of Zoro. Enma went, he's not Odin. And Zoro went, ah! My poor guy, oh my god. Like, imagine having the worst fucking most horrible, terrible day of your life. You get your ass handed to you by an Emperor of the Sea, so bad that your bones break. You need to take a super drug that makes things hurt more just to stand back up. And then you're getting your ass beat again by a literal guy who's made to be super strong. And then your sword goes, I'm killing you. Like, Zoro was on fucking struggle street. Holy shit. Zoro was already down and Enma said, nah. I'll kill you fast. Zoro's going, oh my god! Fuck, that was funny. In hindsight, it's funny. Zoro's awful, terrible, horrible, no good day. I mean, he like, succeeded, obviously. He whipped Enma back into shape, but even King was like, can you control that? Sorry, King. I just gotta slap my sword into shape. Stop it! Stop it, Enma! Oh, God. God, that was such a fight for Zoro. I like that both Sanji and Zoro were on Struggle Street and Onigashima in two different ways. Zoro was on Struggle Street because he could not figure out how to beat King at the start, and Enma was misbehaving. and he was dropping his swords. He was like fucking everywhere. Sanji was on struggle street because he was afraid if he went all out, he'd mutate. Like, they were both struggling with the idea of strengths, but on like opposite ends. And I really, really like that. The Zoro death scene, what happened was he took that fucking super drug. He just pushed himself way too far. The Zoro death scene is Zoro nearly died, and I think Zoro knew that. His subconscious knew that. Because remember, the drug Zoro took made it so he was 100% healed, but it also meant the damage afterwards would be 10 times worse. He really, really strained himself. Yeah, Luffy also died. Look, this can be up to interpretation. Watch my Zoro and Death video if you want explanations of this. But my interpretation is he did hallucinate the Grim Reaper. He was scared to die. He saw a vision of the Grim Reaper and he didn't want to go. Nah, it wasn't Brook checking on him because Brook was nowhere near Zoro. Brook was currently in the castle with Robin. Frankie was the only one there. I also really like the setup because Zoro was versing King and Zoro got sent flying back into Frankie. And Frankie said to Zoro, "Do you need my help?" And Zoro said no. And to me, it's clear that after Frankie did his own job, he thought, I should go check on Zoro. Because Frankie saw that Zoro was having a tough time. So, of course, Frankie was the one to go and get Zoro and catch him. Because Frankie was the one that saw Zoro struggling. Frankie's the MVP, like the hidden MVP of like every arc. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Like Zoro would be dead, fallen off a cliff and dead if it weren't for Frankie. Which is a crazy thought. Zoro's not fighting Gunko, I do not believe, at all. Remember, Zoro also has a thing about fighting women. I think he'd be bad against Gunko. Because he has a problem. The directions? It's not directions that Gunko gives people. It's literal predictions of movement. They're not directions. The memes! I'm talking seriously! Okay? You can't have fun here. We don't have fun here. Bitch. Stop trying to have fun. Damn it. This shit is serious. I like how I keep flip-flopping between it's not that serious and this is serious.
Howdy do, boys.
Hate whales. God. I've accidentally become a whale hater and I don't even hate them. Why do I hate whales? Because I think they can travel through a hole in the red line. That makes me a whale supporter. A whale believer. I believe the whales are smart enough to go through the hole in the red line. Do you remember how big the hole in the red line was, mate? It's huge! It's freaking huge! It's huge! It's huge! Guys, it's freaking huge! Dude, it's big enough to fucking give sunlight to an island. Come on! The tree give the light. I was pretty sure it was the hole. Either way, the hole is massive. It's massive. Wow, I had no idea about that. Okay, I'm wrong about the hole giving light. Sorry, that sentence is funny. But the hole is fucking huge. It's like massively huge. It's big enough that the literal sea monsters can go through it. I'm wrong about the hole giving light, but the hole is huge. You have to see how big it is. Where's the image of the hole? I can't find an image of the hole, but it's huge. The hole is huge. People are just mad because they can't reason that whales, like, they know in their hearts, I'm right. The whales can travel through the hole. It's not anti-whale. I'm saying the whales are smart enough to travel through this current that goes through the hole of the red line. It's pro-whale. Where's the thumbs up cat? What else would the hole be there for, by the way? If not for the whales. Why else hole? If not for whale travel. .607, page 9. The hole is fucking huge! Bro, that's the Straw Hats! That little baby dot. This hole is massive! The whales can go through this hole. By the way, here's more of my Zoro is actually that stupid agenda. Zoro wanted to jump outside of the bubble to cut the boulders. 25,000 feet underwater. And he had to be told, Zoro, the pressure. First, Zoro had to be told, if you cut bubble with sharp object, the bubble will pop. Now he has to be told, Zoro, we are 25,000 feet underwater and you're gonna jump out there. He's dumb. Bro, he's dumb. Like, look, and even Luffy's like, oh, like, I don't know why people try to argue that Zoro's actually smarter than you think. He's fucking not. He's dumb. That's fine. I don't know why people want him to be an intellectual so bad. He's a himbo. What's the issue with that? I just don't understand why people want him to be smarter than he is. He's only good at math. That's so true. He's really good at timesing by 2. I'm sorry, that headcanon cracks me up so bad. Times is by 2? Oh, fuck, he's a genius. Oh my god, I'm sorry. It's elementary grade math. And people took that and said he's just so good at maths. It really cracks me up. Sanji wasn't out in the water at that point at all. He attacked the Kraken in a different area. It wasn't at the hole. Look at my cheek again. Hello, what the hell? Oops. Ah, it opened on the wrong screen. Oh, cool. Sorry. I bit my cheek so hard I'm bleeding. I was like, damn, why does my gum taste a bit irony? Ah, that's the blood. Oh, God. I'll probably be doing a major anime watch next month. I don't have time this month. We don't have anything from Wit. Not even a trailer. Ah! Hurry up! I know art takes time, but hurry up! Oh my god, hurry up. Why are there so many of you here today? Do you have nothing to do? We love you. Ah. Stop. Drew, that's something you can do. Reflect. That's what you can do. What did you say? You need to have a spiritual reflection or whatever it was you said about him. That's what you need to do. Wow, wow, wow. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. What you do? Ooh, what you do? If I knew I'd be with you, is it too late to pursue? I bite my tongue to burn it. Open on the other screen, you piss me off. Luffy's B-Day today for me, actually. Get on my level. Check this out. Pretty good, right? Stop talking about fighting and hockey in the chat. Stop it. Stop it. Talk about something else. Talk about something with intellect. Talk about how Zoro can hit the woe. Anything else, I'm begging you. Something else. I will not let this space become another One Piece power scaling space. It's not happening. There are already too many of those. Move his shoulders. I wonder if Zoro knows how to dance point blank. I feel like he'd be awkward with it. I think Zoro would hit one of these. You know? I think that's the best he can do. He can do a bit of But aside from that, I don't think he knows anything. This Zoro knows how to tie a shoe. He literally ties his bandana on his arm every time. Don't get me wrong, Zoro's dumb, but he's not unable to do things. Oh, I think Sanji full well knows how to waltz, tango, ballroom dance. I think he knows all that shit. I don't think he's very good on his own though. Zoro. Sanji should hit like the Russian dance. Where they have their legs and they kick like that. That's what he should hit. And he goes, hey, you know what I mean? That's what he should hit. He'd be really good at that. Or like an Irish river dance. He'd be good at those. Usopp's the lead on the dance floor. Are you fucking kidding me? We saw that in a Thriller Bark. He was hitting that shit. He was hitting that shit. Usopp, if anyone is hitting that shit, Usopp is there hitting that shit. That's him. Frankie and Usopp are the two main dancers. Luffy, yeah, he just bounces everywhere. Good for him. Unbridled joy. No, Zoro, like, I'm sure he schmoves, but I don't think he's good at it. I think he's stiff. Like, he's probably got... Like I said, he's the one, like, doing this in the corner, you know what I mean? Too sore! My bones! Ow! What do men do? Wait, they do this. I just remembered. I'm trying to picture what men do when they're in, like, a bar or a club. They do this. That's what Zoro would do. He's holding his drink and he's... That's it. That's what he's doing. That's what all men do. All straight men do in clubs. Like, this is the best move they have. That's it. That's how he dances. It's barely a dance. It's more like a bop. Fuck, that's me. How often do I dance? I just jump. I'm one of those ones. I'm throwing my hands in the air. I'm not trying to be a good dancer. I feel joy in my heart when I get to move. The joy of dancing is you just fucking... You go crazy with it. That's the joy, especially in a club. You do a bit of a jump, do a bit of an arm wave. That's all you need. And you have fun. Good disco finger. You gotta hit the sprinkler. That's a classic. That's a good one. That shit Usopp's hitting. busted down sexual stuff. 50 bottles in. He's oiled up, naked, twerking. So true. I'm a full believer that 50 bottles in, Zoro's asleep. Fishman Island gave me that. Fishman Island, in my opinion, showed me that when Zoro hits his drinking limit, he just falls asleep. I think he's a sleepy drunk. Have you guys... There's like a video, hang on. There's a video of it's like a party that's happening at like a ski lodge or something, and there are two sides and there are these two guys standing on a box. One of them's on one side, the other one's on the other, and like they're playing an Ariana Grande song. One of the guys is just doing this, the classic dance that I showed you. He's just... The other guy, like, fully getting into it. And, like, all the comments were like, yeah, you can tell who A is having more fun, B, and who's gay. From the... It was just full body dancing. Anyway, I think that's Zoro and Sanji. You play a woman ballad bop, and I know Sanji's going crazy with that. Not because I think Sanji is gay, by the way. Just because he loves listening to women sing. He can be, though. No, it goes Jinbei, Zoro, Nami with alcohol tolerance. Oda, I'm calling you out on that. Because Nami did outdrink Zoro in Loketown. Not Loketown, fuck, oh my god. Whiskey Peak! That was the indication. The indication is, nah, I can drink tons more than that, and Zoro was like, fuck! Oda, I'm calling you out for that one. There's not much I will call you out for, but I don't agree with that. But yeah, on Oda's list it goes Jinbei, Zoro, Nami. On my list it's Jinbei, Nami, Zoro. There was an art someone made. I have to re-find it, but it was so cute. Actually, I remember the artist. Where is it? Damn, never mind. Oh, lost to time. It was basically Nami, Sanji, and Robin were all at a cafe together ordering something. And the waiter put in front of Sanji a coffee, in front of Nami a parfait, like a cute little parfait, and in front of Robin a jug of beer. And then Nami, Sanji, and Robin all grabbed what they actually ordered, which was Nami got the beer, Robin got the coffee, and Sanji got the parfait. It was just cute. Because that felt real to me. But yeah, I can't find the art, sad. But it was a nice one. Believe me, trust me. No, just a yummy little parfait. Pee 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 pee. Did Doffy show up? I didn't actually see. You didn't get me, by the way. Nice try. Hi, Zim. He didn't? Hang on, let me give that back. Let me give it back to you. No, it was just a fan art. It was cute. There you go, Moochu. You got your Doffy back. Page 11467. Yeah, there it is. I know the artist. Oh my god, I hate Pinterest. I don't want to make an account. I just want to open this image. Jesus. No, I'm fine, I'm fine. I just hate Pinterest. I hate that you need to make an account to be able to open an image. Aha! I found the original artist. I knew it was this artist! This is it. This is the art. It's just cute. So they're all ordering something. They get given their orders, and then they have to switch it around. It's just cute. Hang on, I'll show the artist. Yeah, there you go, that's the artist. I feel wrong not showing the artist as well. Their banner, by the way, is Zoro and Sanji smooching, which is great for me, but some of you might be shocked when you see that. Just letting you know. But yeah, it's cute art. It's so cute. I love them. They're a good artist. What? No, I don't. Sanji and Zoro kissing? Ew. I don't. No, I don't. That's true. There are some people that come in the chat for the first time, see the Zoro and Sanji kissing emote, and they go, "What the hell?" That's true. For fuck's sake. I'll never forget that one guy that was like, "Stop it! Ew, stop it!" And everyone kept sending it. And he went, "Dude, stop!" That was so funny. This is a really good panel as well. I wish I knew. Oh yeah, things can definitely be over animated. Which is to say, it's hard to follow along. Like, the way I would explain this is in Spider-Verse 2. I remember watching that and thinking some parts are too hard to see. And I love animation, and I think like animating is, you know, a beautiful, beautiful form of art, but there's definitely a problem sometimes with over animating. Because look, it's a combination of direction and choreography. a lot of the time, really flashy animation can lose the choreography. And that's a shame to me, because that choreography is a marvel of directing in itself. And I'd prefer to see what's happening more clearly than just like seconds and seconds and seconds of frames of just, do you know what I mean? But I don't know, I struggle to call it over animating, because in my opinion it's more of a direction problem than an over animation problem. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't call it over animating, I'd call it bad directing. Personally. Whew. Again, my issue with Toei's animation is not even over animation, it's the cut of animation. The whiplash of stilted animation to suddenly it's movie quality. It's too jarring. I think people really underestimate continuity, right? Consistency. People really underestimate what good consistency can do for a series. It's just the fact that it goes from like sometimes slideshows to what the fuck, I'm watching a Blu-ray film right now. It's too jarring. It's too jarring because it makes the original animation look bad and it makes the new animation look overdone. I just don't think it's I don't think they should be saving their money for the big scenes. No, it's not what anime is. You're incorrect. It's what a lot of shonen anime do, and they shouldn't. You want an anime that is totally consistent in its animation? Kids on the Slope. Kids on the Slope is incredibly consistent. Insanely consistent. Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun or Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. Insanely consistent. No, it's not an anime thing. It's a fighting anime thing. And it's really frustrating because I've seen some absolute marvels of animation before, but because Toei is on a weekly basis, because Toei is on a weekly episode release schedule, they're not given the ability of consistency. It's just Toei's just a bit dated in how they release anime is the issue. If they had per season anime that wasn't released week to week, it wouldn't feel like this. They'd be able to be more consistent. But I never thought saving up your best animation for the big scenes is not the way to go. Yeah, shonen do it, and I disagree with it. That is what I said. Fighting anime do it. And I disagree with it. I don't think it's a good thing. Because it feels like you're watching an entirely different show. And that's a bad thing. It's really jarring. I think that inconsistency can really take you out of it. Because it's not that the other ones are the exception. It's just that they're not shonen.
Howdy do, boys.
Also, especially for One Piece, when a lot of big moments in One Piece are not just a fight, right? Yes, One Piece is a shonen, and I'm saying it's a shonen problem and it needs to stop. This is literally what I'm saying. One Piece gets this treatment because it's under the shonen label, and I hate it. I hate it. This is why I'm hoping Wit is a lot more consistent. But also there's the issue of which scenes they choose to give that animation to, and that's a problem in itself. Because what if some characters, what if some scenes don't get that treatment? You feel stuffed, you know what I mean? You're upset. I just think Toa has this consistency problem because they're weekly, and I really hope Wit doesn't have that. I hope Wit are consistent, and I feel like they will be. But it's like Demon Slayer, right? Demon Slayer got horrible fucking animation treatment. The fights, the only thing you'd see posted about Demon Slayer in the anime were the fights. Because that's what they amped the fuck up. But the rest of it was like a clip show. And again, it's an issue. It's just a huge issue in my opinion. Consistency does more for a show than inconsistency. Because it really takes you out of it. And it feels like you're slogging up to the moment as well. Like, the entirety of the series is not the most enjoyable to watch because you have to get through this fucking dog shit animation. And then you get to the good animation and it's like, I want to enjoy all of it. I don't want to have to wait for the good animation. I want it to be consistent so I can actually enjoy the whole thing instead of just waiting for the ball to drop. I just don't think it's a good method of, creation, personally. I think consistency is key. Once again, there are anime that are consistent. Again, it's a shonen problem. It's a shonen problem because they're putting their pussy into the fights. And that's not something that should be happening. I know why they do it, and I don't agree with that. There's shonusis into it. You want to know an anime that does it well, that has fights and does it well? Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho has a consistent animation, including in the fights. But the fights have a style that correlates with Mob's power. It's not just changing the style for over-animation. It's the style of Mob's psychic abilities. But the entirety of Mob Psycho is consistent. It's so consistent. When I see the fights happening in Mob Psycho, I don't feel like I'm suddenly watching a different anime. Because it's stylization. It's not just saving the best for the fight. The rest of the anime is incredible to watch. Mob Psycho is proof of that. You can be consistent and still have these good fights. Again, it just has to be... You just need to respect the rest of it and not just the fights. The issue is there's not respect put on the rest of what's happening. There's only respect put on the physical action, which is an issue I have with Shonen Point Blank, which is why One Piece doesn't feel like that, which is why I think One Piece especially have that problem to me. I know why they do it with Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball's just the fighting anime. Doing it with One Piece, when some of the biggest scenes in One Piece aren't even fucking throwing fists, it doesn't feel right. I just don't like, I don't like saving the better animation for these specific moments and leaving the rest in the ditch. It doesn't feel right. How much animation can you put into a bunch of people talking? Have you heard of emoting? There is a movie called A Silent Voice. Yes, it's a movie. It's not a fair comparison for animation. But there's a movie called A Silent Voice. And when I was watching that, I remember thinking, why did they animate this? You know why? It's just a bunch of people standing around talking. And when I read the interview for why they animated it, they said, this did not call for an anime adaptation, but we realized animation can be used more than anything for expression. Directing and expression. How much animation can be put into people sitting around talking? That's how I know you're a shonen fan. Because everything can be put into people sitting around and talking. Animation emotes more than anything you can ever think of, medium-wise. This is what Miyazaki does with Studio Ghibli. Emotion is so much to him, and how he makes his films. You can put everything into people standing around talking. Those are the human moments. Those are the moments of expression. This is what I feel like with Kids on the Slope. Kids on the Slope is also people. This is why you have to watch more than shonen. I'm serious. You have to watch more than shonen, because then you have these opinions where you're like, well, what's just people sitting around talking? You only think that if you majorly only watch shonen. You need to... What's that Gekon Shoujo thing? Read some shoujo and develop some emotions. Like, I'm sorry. Animation does so... If you've watched 300 plus anime, then how can you have this opinion? How can you possibly have that opinion? How much can you put into people standing around talking? Everything. You should be on the same page as me then. You should have a whole list of anime that you've watched of people sitting around talking and realizing this. The talking is not what One Piece does well. Some of One Piece's best moments are literally emoting. Robin saying, I want to live. Sanji saying, I want to go back to the sunny. Nami saying, Luffy will be king of pirates. Zoro saying, take me instead. Those are some of One Piece's best moments. And they're not a fight. They're literally people talking. Oda puts so much on expression. One of Oda's best moments is Vivi on that tower in Alabasta yelling, stop fighting. Stop fighting. These are some of One Piece's best moments. They're not just talking, but they are mainly talking, are they not? Robin wasn't swinging a fucking sword around when she said, I want to live. That's pure, raw emotion. Do you understand? Also, Sanji's moment with Luffy was just talking. That was just talking in Whole Cake Island. The scene was set up with violence, yes, but was it mid-fight when Robin said that? You're not understanding me here. What I'm saying is, Usopp's, you got me. What I'm saying is One Piece's best moments are not Zoro using fucking Sora. It's Zoro bowing down to Kuma and saying, take me instead. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not just people chatting. I'm trying to tell you that some of One Piece's best moments literally is emoting and talking. It's not just people chatting, but it's not mid-fight either. I'm now starting to see why you don't see Usopp's I will cling to life with snot dripping down my nose as anything big. I'm now starting to see why you're saying this, because you don't seem to believe anything where someone is actually yelling with conviction and they're not throwing a fucking bomb as something big. Yes, these moments are set up with violence, but they're not mid-fight when this is happening. What are you not understanding here? Saying it's just chatting is actually insane. My favorite moment in One Piece is when Luffy says to Sanji, tell me how you really feel. My favorite moment as well is Sanji pulling down Judge and saying, you are not my father. Is that just chatting? I'm sorry Sanji wasn't throwing a flaming kick while he did that, but that is one of the best moments in One Piece. Do you understand this? Oh my god, I can't get through to you, mate. You're not understanding me. Oh god. Like, this is why when I read One Piece, I'm so angry that it's stuck in this shonen bubble, because so many people don't give it the respect it deserves because they just label it as a shonen. And I see it so much more than that. It does so much more than that. Some of its best scenes are not aura farming scenes. It's pure raw emotion. And so many people just will look over that. It drives me, it actually drives me insane. I will pick Sanji saying to Luffy, I want to go back to the Sunny, over Sanji using fucking flare leg for the first time any day. Any day. Because it means so much more. Oh, it just drives me nuts. It's just crazy because Oda knows his strengths. He knows his strength is in expression. That's what makes him stand out so much. And his moments of expression truly come out in those talkative moments, in those moments of people, in those moments of silence, when someone is saying something that they truly mean. Oh, it drives me nuts, man. Like, I will take Sanji breaking down crying over Sanji throwing a kick any day. Any day. Because in my opinion, that is Oda's strength more than anything. Ugh. Anyway, what about Nami saying to Jinbei, I forgive you, and Jinbei crying and saying, I don't deserve this? They're just sitting around chatting. They're just sitting around chatting. What the fuck are they talking about, right? Shut up, Jinbei. Throw a punch. Who cares? Damn. You just proved my point. You just proved my point. You just proved my point. Did I not just say One Piece gets held back because it's only labeled as a shonen? So people will only say it's a shonen, it's not that deep? You just proved my point. That because One Piece is in the shonen label, it can't be anything else, it can't be anything better than that. That's actually insane. You just proved my point word for word there. Oh my god. Wow. Just chatting, just jibber jabber. Goodness gracious. What? One Piece is a shonen. Why the fuck am I making video essays, guys? It's a shonen. Why am I saying any of this? Zoro's not a human being. He's Shonen McShonen Man. Oda doesn't write humans. He just writes shonen guy fight. I enjoy all of it. My issue is when people say this part doesn't matter or this part isn't good as this part. My issue is when people look at a character like Usopp and say these scenes don't mean anything significant because he's not throwing a bomb. That's my issue. That's the biggest issue I have. I'm the one enjoying all aspects. You're the one saying, no, something physical's not happening here. Nothing's going on. It makes me want to tear my hair out. Ah! God. One Piece can't be anything else. It's just a shonen. Goodness. It's the fact that arcs like Whole Cake Island have proven, right? That One Piece is above and beyond anything regarding an emotional story. Egghead, right? Thriller bark, even. It's proven. Oda has proven himself. He's more than this. He's writing more than this. And people will still say, but it's still just a shonen. And it actually drives me nuts. Every day I'm on the front lines fighting for One Piece. Fighting for One Piece's, like, strength being its emotional and human writing. Every day, man. It's a matter of reading comprehension. Like, what's a better scene? Luffy's fight with Boa's sisters? Or Boa telling Luffy what has happened to her? Which scene is better out of those two? The second one. But they're just chatting. How can you think the second one's better? They're just sitting around chatting. There's no action there. Driving me insane. Chatting is not talking about deep trauma. They are literally sitting around chatting about deep trauma. I'm not sure. What do you consider chatting then in One Piece? What, a background gag or two? I don't think I've ever thought about the crew just sitting around and chatting. They're always talking about something significant. We're talking about One Piece, mate. I'm not talking about a high school shoujo. Where did that come from? No, this started with where One Piece puts its animation. And I said I'd prefer they take away animation from the fights to put more into the other parts. And you said, but how much can you do with just chatting? And I said, where the fuck are they just chatting in One Piece? And you can't seem to answer that. Because they're not just chatting, are they? I said shoujo talking is good to reflect. Oh, hang on. Wait, now I have a new argument. So you're saying shoujo is just chatting. So explain to me why the just chatting in shoujo is animated better than the just chatting in One Piece. If the chatting in One Piece is so much more significant, then why is it not animated better than that shoujo where they're just chatting? Do you see what I mean? All of this to say, what happens in shoujo where the animation needs to rise in quality? You're not understanding. Everything takes a fuck ton of animation, not just fights. They're deciding the fights are what need the most animation, so they won't be consistent. And when I said they won't be consistent, the argument started. We are going in circles. The argument started with, but the rest of it is just chatting. How much can you animate just chatting? That's what started the argument. So you are confirming to me that you'd prefer they put all that animation into only the fights because you don't think the other parts of One Piece deserve that. This is what you are telling me right now. I want Robin's I Want to Live scene to be animated better than Zoro fucking throwing a sword at Kaku. Or being animated the same amount as Zoro being throwing a sword at Kaku. This is my argument. I don't think they should be nitpicking where they put the best animation. It should be consistent. Chatting or not. It's that simple. Because everything in One Piece deserves that. Yes, it's a marketing scheme for crazy animation because it gets clipped because people are seeing it as only, this is the only part that matters in a shonen. That's my argument. Because One Piece is in this fucking shonen bubble, it doesn't get given consistency. That's the issue. And it doesn't deserve that. It deserves better than that. It deserves better than fucking clip farming. It deserves so much better than that.
Howdy do,
It
boys.
doesn't deserve to be a week-to-week anime for clip farming. How do you clip a deep talk and reflection? We're going in circles. You're not. Okay, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Now you're just going in circles. Mods, time him out for 5 minutes. He's not listening. Time him out for 5 minutes. He's not listening. I gotta get back to work. I can't. I can only say so much until someone has decided to stop listening to me. I swear to God. So sad, so sad. You're either rage baiting me or you're genuinely refusing to listen to anything I'm saying. It's driving me insane. The things I'm experiencing. Dear Lord. Into Impel down. Oh my God. They were timed out for like 5 minutes. There's just only so much I can say without someone getting the point that it's just enough. I don't know how much I have to repeat myself. God, One Piece is just chatting, you know? One Piece doesn't deserve consistent animation. It deserves to just be clip farmed. Bro, fucking Death Note. Was just chatting. Jesus. It's just crazy. Man, I want consistent anime in the One Piece anime. Consistent animation in the One Piece anime. But my clip farming, that's like insane, I'm sorry. It just needs consistent animation. It's all it needs. It's the way that for One Piece, it is possible to do that. We have to remember, One Piece isn't just fucking willy-nilly indie film. One Piece is the biggest manga and anime in Japan. The biggest manga in the world. If anything can afford to be consistent for 1,000 episodes straight, it's One Piece. Like, it's insane that people think this is not a possibility. But the thing that's truly holding it back is this week to week. I'm telling you, if the Wit remake is consistent, which I do think it will be, I get to say the biggest, fattest fucking I told you so. The biggest, fattest I told you so of my life. Because I have a feeling it's going to be consistent. Do I do the eating shoe thing? Like, all I'm asking for is for One Piece to not go from a slideshow to a 4K 60 frame Blu-ray release. That's all I'm asking. And people are like, nah, that can't happen. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. It's time for Pokemon music. As you guys can tell, this is why I don't indulge in many shonen. I always tell people I'm not a shonen fan. One Piece is the only one I'm like insanely into. And then when I explain why, people go, no, and it's like One Piece is clearly doing something different if I'm head over heels for it. Oh, what's going on? Another example, by the way, is Devilman. Devilman Crybaby. Devilman Crybaby had some insane action scenes, and guess what? Its just chatting scenes were also fantastic. Because it was consistent. It's just that simple. Drink of alcohol using a shoe as a cup. That's not that bad. I've done that before. But yeah, I understand people for being like, oh, but that just doesn't happen. We've never seen it happen before. And I've literally seen it happen before. Hell, even Puella Madoka Magica was fucking crazy more consistent than any shonen. And it had insane fights. Insane. And that was consistent. I just don't think there's an excuse. I just think it is clip farming and that's it. They just want to put all the money into clip farming. Look, One Piece is just in dire need of being seasonal. Dire need of being seasonal. It really needs to be seasonal so they can actually give the proper time to each episode and each arc. That's the biggest issue. Like, it is honestly insane that it's a weekly anime and each arc has a different environment that they have to create. That's a lot of work. Like, they genuinely need different teams working on different arcs to be seasonal. The weekly release is just, it's too much. That, and they also stretch out the action as well, which causes an even bigger problem. I know the animation work cycle is hard. I know it's tough. I get that. I totally understand that. But my problem is, these are things that have happened before. My issue is, Toei are doing themselves no favors by making a weekly release. Animation is hard, funding is hard. I get it. I'm not saying I know everything. I know how animation fully works. I don't. What I do know is it can be consistent. But because of the push to just release, it's not allowed to be. It's more a matter of funding than it is of animation. But again, which is crazy, because if any anime can be overfunded, it's One Piece. Again, this is the biggest manga in the world. It deserves a consistent anime. Like Dressrosa. Did Dressrosa deserve that treatment? Multiple things were happening there. It was both under-animated and drawn out. If it were seasonal, that would not have happened to Dressrosa. Monsieur Flamingo, Netflix isn't funding it, it's licensing it. From what I know, Shueisha and I think Fuji TV are the ones funding it. Netflix are just licensing it so they can air it on their show, on their platform. Like, they're not producing it. Oh, I think I've heard of that. The Lemur. I don't know how to say your name. Lemur. Yeah, Fuji TV are the producers, I believe. Like, I'd agree in any other case, because One Piece is long, right? It's long. I'd agree in any other case, it'd be like, but it's like got so many chapters, how can you adapt that consistently? But then you realize One Piece is literally the biggest manga in the world, and it's like, there should be nothing holding this back. Apart from greed, there should be nothing holding this back. It's earned this treatment, hasn't it? It's able to have this treatment. To be seasonal, to be consistent, and it just doesn't get that. Because Toei's outdated in how they function. Also, East Blue was consistent in its animation, by the way. You know how so many people are like, God, I prefer the pre-time skip animation. Do you want to know why? Not whitewashing their characters aside in pre-time skip, because it was consistent. Pre-time skip One Piece was the most consistent animation we've ever gotten. Something happened in the time skip that made them drop the ball. Do you think they would spend months of anime production and money for clip farms? Yes. Yes. Yes! Gear 5 was the biggest clip farm ever, and that was huge. It makes them money. Yes. 100% yes. Some people will literally tune into the episode just for the clip farms. 100% yes. Why is this something that's not possible in your mind? 100% yes. Especially in this modern day and age. Because it's repostable. It's talkable. It's impressive looking. And most people will literally just go to an episode for that moment. Like, go on YouTube and type in Luffy Gear 5. That's a clip farm! And it's making them money! 100% they will do that just for clip farming. And it's frustrating! Luffy versus Kizaru, yeah, exactly. I just want One Piece to have a good anime. Like, it's all I want. But yeah, that's an argument in itself. Pre-time skip was so consistent. And pre-time skip is the animation that most people prefer. Because it's consistent! Consistency literally makes for a better series. Otherwise you just get insane whiplash. There's also the dread of once the big moment is over, you then have to go back to the choppy animation. This is absolutely nothing apart from like capitalist gain, in my opinion, that is good for inconsistent animation. I don't know why the money spent on the big fight moments can't be distributed through the whole episodes. Oh, it just drives me nuts. I don't know. But that's exactly what they are. See, hype moments. They're just hype moments. They're just animated well for hype. And I think One Piece deserves more than just hype moments. Also, the fact Oda said, I'm getting tired of writing fights as well. Like, it's just, this man is clearly focusing on other things in the series. And what gets the most focus in the anime is still Big Punch, and it's like, oh god. Why is that out there? Man, I just want better for One Piece. Oh! Oh my god, I was just sitting here like, how do I sum this up? I just want better for One Piece. Isn't that crazy? Oh my god. I just want One Piece to be respected better. Ah! Damn! Oh, my crocodile tears, man. I just want my beautiful One Piece to get the treatment it deserves. You want a good chatting moment, by the way? Zoro and Sanji in Onigashima, when Sanji is wrapping Zoro up and they're literally just talking. Fuck, that was such a good scene. I'm glad that got the animation it deserved. Oh, look, I think the reason this is so frustrating is because you're using the word, you tolerate the slower animations. And here's the thing, when I read through One Piece in the manga, I don't tolerate a single part of it. Everything I read within the manga, I enjoyed, all of it. I didn't feel once I had to tolerate something, or I had to tolerate like a chapter. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? You don't care for the slower animation, but then my same argument can be said. When I read One Piece, there wasn't something I didn't, like, care about. I just want the anime to reflect that feeling, where I don't have to slog through some scenes to get to something. I never felt like the manga was a slog. There are so many points of the anime that feel like a slog. I don't like that you're waiting for something better, when in the manga, I'm not waiting for something better. I'm just enjoying it, point blank. And that's why I don't like the way Toa is functioning with it. Because I don't like that people feel like they have to slog through it. And it really ruins the perception of One Piece as well. So many people have this idea of One Piece that they only get from the anime because of the anime. And the manga doesn't do that. Yes, I seriously care about all of the manga. Yes! Of course I do. There isn't a single point in the manga where I've been like, oh god, this is boring. Not a single point. I couldn't put it down. No, not a single spot was drawn out. Everything I read in the manga, I was fucking hooked to. I didn't feel a single point in the manga where it felt like a slog. Yes, even Wano. I stand by Wano to fucking death. Wano was phenomenal. It was just phenomenal. The issue that some people have with the manga is waiting week to week. If you read the manga through all the way right now, it just flows fantastically. Just fantastically. Dressrosa does not have any pacing problems. It's the anime that did that. I enjoyed all of Dressrosa. There are problems, but there's not a single point where I feel like the manga is slogging on. That's what I'm saying. There's too much in the anime where it feels like a slog. I don't feel like any point in the manga feels like a slog. At all. I just couldn't put it down. I didn't feel like I was trying to get to something. I felt like everything I was seeing was just incredible. The pacing argument comes from A, the manga comes from B, the week-to-week wait. This is why I'm saying I'm begging people to go back and reread Wano now that it's actually a completed arc. It does not have a pacing problem at all. It reads very smoothly. And it's just... This is why when it comes to the anime, it's just... The week to week, it hurts the anime. It really hurts the anime because the anime also has the week to week problem. And I just don't... I don't like that the anime doesn't capture that feeling of when I read the manga of enjoying all parts. Next character essays after this. I caught up with the a character essays on Bonnie, by the way. I caught up with One Piece through Wano. And I watched the anime first, and then I read the manga. And I remember thinking, holy fuck, the manga, like, I just couldn't put it down. I seriously couldn't put it down. Wide-eyed at 4 AM, still reading it. Because I was enamored by everything I was seeing. Not a single moment was I waiting for something. I was just enjoying it. Wano in Full is just... It's a fantastic arc! And not only Wano in full, but obviously with everything else behind it. With Fishman Island behind it, with Punk Hazard behind it, with Dressrosa behind it, with Zoro, Whole Cake Island behind it. It just all flows together so well that the pacing problems that people talk of, they don't exist. It's just the weekly release is hurting that perception of it, and the anime is hurting it worse. And it drives me nuts. Like, I'm more excited than anything for when One Piece to end, that I can read through this whole story from start to finish. I'm so excited to do that, you have no idea. But yeah, look, this is my argument. Toei doesn't capture that feeling. Sometimes Toei feels like a slog. The anime just feels like a slog. The manga never felt like a slog. And that's just, it's just the issue Toei have. Like, I was binging Dressrosa the anime and it felt like a slog. I was binging Dressrosa the manga, not once did it feel like a slog. I just want better for One Piece.
Howdy do, boys.
Guys, I just want better for One Piece. Oh my god. That's all I want. I mean, Ishitani's whole episode was consistent. It wasn't just one moment, it was the whole episode. The whole thing was consistent. But then, of course, you gotta go to the next episode and oh. Damn. But I'm not asking for Ishitani levels of episodes every episode. I'm just asking for the funding to be spread out. That's all I want. Fishman Island is so beautiful in the manga, it really is. I'll never forgive Toei for fucking up Fishman Island that bad. Because it's gorgeous in the manga. Most Fishman Island complaints come from the anime. Dressrosa was the only arc in the anime where I was like, I just have to skip through some things. A lot of the Colosseum scenes were incredibly drawn out. And also a lot with Doffy's family as well. The fights with Doffy's family were incredibly drawn out. No, Dressrosa starts fine, and then it goes down a hole, and then you're like, oh, in the anime. Oh, oh blah blah. As someone on YouTube said, it doesn't have to be drawn out or filler. That's the issue. We're just accepting these are two options when it doesn't have to be. And then under that, Kaysen, I would rather filler than showing the same scene of Kairos crying as a toy 100 times. Why are those the two options? Why do they even need to do that? Like, see, that's the issue. They don't even need to do that. But because they're on the week-to-week basis, it forces their hand. Yes, it caught up to the manga. Now, Kaysen, think about what I said. If it were seasonal, would that have happened? Think about what I just said. No, exactly. Wood Piece should be seasonal. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Genuinely, at this point, I don't know why One Piece just doesn't have a dedicated animation studio. Like, I'm serious. Once again, we're talking about the biggest manga in the world. It's a bit shocking that, like, this series that is this long, that has the biggest manga in the world, doesn't have its own dedicated animation studio. That's honestly a bit odd. If I were Shueisha, I would have started that up. Because if anything calls for it, it's One Piece. It's never happened before because no other series has, you know, that risk is too great. No other series would be worth that risk. But One Piece, again, it's proven itself time and time again, and they have to make tons of episodes for it. If anything is capable of having its own animation studio, it's honestly One Piece. Naruto could not pull it off too. Don't fucking... Oh my god. I've never felt such pain in my heart. I've never felt such pain in my heart like that. I think my heart just went ew from that. Once again, One Piece is the biggest manga in the world, like factually. It's one of the top-selling fictions in the world, once again, factually. It also has thousands of chapters, literally. Hundreds to 1,000 chapters that can be adapted. If anything can run the risk of having its own animation studio, it's One Piece. It really is One Piece. Like, this is not me trying to dick ride One Piece. This is me saying, factually, this is the biggest manga in the world and one of the top-selling fictions ever in the world. It outclasses any other manga in that regard. We're talking money, we're talking stats. It outclasses any other manga in that regard. In the current day. So yes, if anything can run the risk of that, it's One Piece. No, I don't think any other anime can run that risk. I don't think any other manga can run that risk. One Piece is in like the top 3. Cause I believe the most selling book is the Bible, but I believe fictionally it's Harry Potter. One Piece is on Harry Potter's heels. We're talking literature, fictional literature. We're not talking like video games. But One Piece has been on Harry Potter's heels for like 5 years. It did surpass it, and then Harry Potter suddenly got a huge boost, and I'm really suspicious of that. Joanne, I'm so suspicious of that. I genuinely think that was a Joanne move. But yeah, One Piece surpassed it for a moment there. But it's been predicted that One Piece is going to pass Harry Potter point blank in like the next 5 years. But yeah, One Piece is not just in the top 10. I believe it's like on the heels of being the biggest fictional literature to sell in the world. Like, that's how big it is. We're not talking small numbers, guys. We're not talking small things. We're talking like this is a phenomenon. A huge phenomenon of fiction. It's just numbers. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Which is why, again, it's like, how the fuck does One Piece not have a dedicated studio for it? Like, it's actually shocking. Like, from extension of, like, Shueisha, do you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think Toa knew One Piece would last long. I mean, not even Oda thought that. And now look at it. God. Anyway, read the manga. I remember my friend who's not into One Piece even messaging me after the Wit announcement. And she said to me, I'm actually happy for you because I always thought it was weird that One Piece didn't have a better anime. Like, even the non-One Piece fans can see it. It's a shame because the talent behind it all is fantastic. Like, I'd never blame the talent for it. I enjoy the One Piece movies. They're dumb fun. They're dumb fun until I cry. Stop opening on this screen. Ah. Some people still hate One Piece. Used to? I used to hate One Piece. I'll never forget when I was in Japan in... when was this? 2017? And I was with my friend. And she was like... like we ran into something that it was like Luffy. And my friend was like, what is this? And I said, oh, I think that's One Piece. And my friend was like, what's One Piece? And she remembers this more than I do. I said, oh, just some dumb pirate thing with like 100 episodes. I don't get it. Oh my god! I get it now. Why was I so hateful? Why was I so hateful? And full of rage. You actually, do you want to know the nicest thing? The nicest thing that Anna said to me? Anna's not here right now. But I said to Anna, I appreciate and I respect and I love One Piece a lot because I can feel that One Piece has made me a happier person. Despite like the way I yell in here, you guys all know it's fucked. But I can feel that One Piece has made me a happier person. Like I feel better since discovering One Piece. And Anna said, no, I see that. She said that she can tell that I've become like happier. And isn't that like the sweetest thing you could hear? Like, like Anna noticed because we watched One Piece together that I started being happier because of One Piece. Anna watched it with me. We're both One Piece fans. She's a lore fan. I feel joyful. I have lost bitterness in my life because I got into One Piece. Which is probably why I get so defensive when there's people that are like, I hated this part. And I'm like, how could you? You hated this part? This part saves my son! Because I just can't understand hating parts of this series that has just made me so happy. I just think it's awesome that Oda's made a main character where the whole point of Luffy is smiling and making people smile. And that is extended into the real world. Like, bitch, you wanna know what happens when I think of Luffy? I do this. I love him! I think about him and I go, I like him! I like him! I think about him and he makes me feel joy. And he makes me feel so much joy. One Piece sparks joy. Now, actually, speaking of Oda's same face syndrome, I do have something that did confuse me and I was too scared to bring it up. Hang on, hang on. This might be stupid in retrospect. Oh, hang on. I opened it wrong. Okay. This frame? This frame here of him saying you have to make the call, Chief Yarrell. My stupid ass, when I first read this, thought it was Gaban. I thought Gaban heard what was going on. I thought Gaban was smiling in like, oh fuck, you know what I mean? I thought Gaban was smiling in like a little bit of like anger. Because then we cut to this. Right? Bitch! Ah! Bitch! I thought that was Gaban. Ah! I now am aware that that is Sommers. But I will say that that got me. I was like, wow, Gaban's really pissed. Oh, that's Sommers! My bad, Chief. My bad, Chief. It was extra confusing because, Gaban was up here in this frame, and then suddenly we cut down here, so I thought that was Gaban. Oh, maybe they're related. Guys! Secret twins. By the way, I love Sommer's design. I like how his beard is literally a cross. That's really cool. I really like Sommers. I really, really like him. He's really enjoyable. Are you an Orochi fan? Raph, this is serious. Are you an Orochi fan? We found one! Oh my god! I swear we had this conversation yesterday. You too? There's two of them. No, I'm not banning them. Just yesterday we had a conversation about like who can be a fan of who. And someone was like, Spandam. And I was like, no, there are Spandam fans. I've seen Spandam fans. And then someone said, but surely there's no Orochi fans. This is correct. This is why when I'm like, there is a fan of every character in One Piece, I'm serious. I'm actually serious. They're out there. You've made my day, Raph. Thank you. Oh, Monsieur Flamingo is not here. I'm pretty sure he was the one that was like, surely there's no Orochi fans. There are tons of people that like Akainu. What do you mean? That's not rare. I see so many Akainu dick suckers every day. They're down there. They're everywhere. They are at his feet. What are you talking about? I can't go in public without seeing an Akainu fan. They're everywhere. This is not surprising. I don't know why there are so many. I mean, I do know why. but I don't like thinking about it. There are Absalom fans. I do know this. The only sus fan would be Van der Decken. Hear me out. I can low-key, very low-key, forgive an Absalom fan. Because I'm a Doffy fan, and I would honestly argue Doffy is probably worse than Absalom. Like, Doffy's a monster. We just don't see it much, right? Well, we do see it, but we don't see it to the extent of Absalom. So an Absalom fan, as much as I don't like Absalom, I can see them being out there. Van der Decken? That's something else. I have not once met a Van der Decken fan, and I don't want to. I don't want to. I think that's like, I can't think of anything enjoyable about him. Not a single thing, and he's made to be disgusting. That's the point. I can understand a Trouble fan, but a Van der Decken fan, there's not a single, like, he's made to be a shithead. Right? He's made to be disliked. That's the point. Charlos? I don't like the guy, but again, I can see someone picking him over Van der Decken. I sure fucking would. Do I like him? No. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's fans of him out there. Celestial dragons were made to be hated. True, but there's already garling dick suckers out there. He hasn't even fucking done anything, and there's already garling dick suckers. Why is it that when Dragon doesn't do anything, he gets slandered? But when fucking Garling doesn't do anything, oh! What? Dragon does not deserve this. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm a Shamrock fan. Dragon has done more than Garling, quite literally. And yet, people will slander Garling. Oh, sorry, will slander Dragon and like Garling. It doesn't matter how long Dragon compared to Garling has been in the story. Garling still hasn't done anything. Except hunt down slaves. Yeah, also, Garling's connected to Shanks. And Shanks is literally... I've never seen anyone's balls jiggled more than Shanks's. It's just crazy. I've never seen anyone get stroked more than Shanks. Just actually insane. Actually, Shanks did fucking less than Dragon ever did. Why did Dragon get the hate and Shanks got the hype? It was a meme that Shanks never fucking did anything. Even before he had that thing with Kid, he was still hyped. Why the fuck did Dragon get all the hate? Where's this Dragon hate coming from? And you can't even use, well, Shanks saved Luffy. Dragon fucking Dragon saved Luffy in Logtown against Smoker. He did this, he saved Luffy too! So where does Dragon get hate? bit my cheek. Dragon didn't do anything in Great Terminal. Shanks showed up late to Marineford and let Ace die. And let Whitebeard die. This... But... I'm sick of it. Double standard. This double standard is actually crazy. Damn. Wasn't Shanks holding off Kaido? And fuck, isn't Dragon trying to hold off the world government? Isn't Dragon trying to save full islands of people? We know that now, by the way. That's what he's doing. So why does Shanks get a pass? When Dragon is arguably the one doing the most work. Like, we just don't see it, but we know he's doing it. Can I rate the Holy Knights? Shamrock, Gunko. Gunko and Sommers are about the same for me. I like both of them a lot right now. Shamrock, Gunko, Sommers together, killing him. There you go. Dragon, I will not... Dragon, I am your ultimate dick sucker. Dragon, they will not slander you with me here. Excuse me, Shamrock also looked magnificent. Thank you very much. Bro, I like Dragon and apparently he hasn't done anything. Also, when we found out Dragon was an ex-Marine, I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is the guy. This is the guy that's going to expose the Marines as the bums they actually are. This is the guy. During Egghead, during the Kuma flashback, Dragon said he used to be Marine, but he left because he couldn't see the justice that they'd speak of. That was like huge for me. That was huge for me. I felt so good when that happened. Yeah, he was a Marine. And just like Dragon, the justice the Marines spoke of was wrong. Sentomaru realized he wasn't on the side that he actually morally aligned with. Sentomaru did what Kizaru should have done. You know how some people go, oh, Kizaru the goat through Egghead? Sentomaru did what people think Kizaru did, which was go against the Marines. Kizaru did it in the most spineless way ever, which was out of sight, but still actually a Marine. Meanwhile, Sentomaru's the one who was like, if I have to die to save these people, to do the right thing, I will. I don't know why Kizaru gets what he gets from people with Egghead when he did the bare minimum. The bare minimum. When Sentomaru was right there. When, the Straw Hats were right there. When even Vegapunk was right there. Kizaru was spineless. Egghead taught me that Kizaru is spineless. That he can't stand up for what he believes in. He was literally a fence sitter. Out of all of the characters, he couldn't stand up for what he thought was right and what he thought was wrong. He just said, well, I guess I have to keep following orders. I might give Luffy some food. Maybe that'll help them escape, but I won't actually do anything more than that. I'll only be a bit passive, but I won't do anything that threatens my job. That threatens my position as a Marine. I don't know why Kizaru gets this recognition in Egghead. He doesn't deserve it. What we should be seeing from Egghead is Kizaru is spineless. He's such a cog in the machine that he can't even stand up for what he thinks is right. He'll just follow orders knowing that this is disgusting. Like, it's unbelievable. Yeah, the struggle is compelling, don't get me wrong. But it's just, when Sentomaru was there, willingly becoming an enemy of the state, no longer being a Marine because he didn't think killing Vegapunk was right. He didn't think killing Bonnie was right. Sentomaru was the real hero there. Like, it's insane that Kizaru gets that treatment that he doesn't deserve.
Howdy do, boys.
Literally, Kizaru was like, I don't want to kill you, but orders are orders. And then he has a fucking crash out. And it's like, you put your job and your position over your own morals. Actual crazy work when we saw Sentomaru do the opposite of that. It's giving Garp with Ace, where people go, oh, poor Garp. Bitch. Garp was spineless. Like, I just can't, I don't know why the Marines get this safety net from people. I just don't. Garp said, I believe in the justice of the Marines more than Ace living. Sorry, Ace, I can't do anything. And people go, yup. Even though Garp knew Ace didn't deserve this. I just can't get over that. Oda's gonna say about the Admiral glaze, it's a matter of reading comprehension. How do I feel about Kobe? He's on thin fucking ice. He's on my shit list. I was already sus about Kobe training under Garp. Because Garp is brainwashed with the Marines. And now Kobe is in that same section. Sorry, Luffy, gonna have to take your dream away from you. Wow. Unbelievable. Do you know how shocking it is when I say to people what Garp said to Ace was fucked up? When Ace is like, do I deserve to live? And Garp was like, we'll see. And Ace was like 10. Do you know how people defend that? It's actually insane. Where people are like, well, Garp was just trying to... I don't care what he was trying to do. What he said was bullshit. And you know why I know it's bullshit? Because Ace said to Luffy, do you like that I'm alive? And Luffy said, yes! Ace didn't have to prove himself to Luffy to live with Luffy, to be alive next to Luffy. For Garp, apparently he has to prove it. It's as clear as day that what Garp said was horrible. He should not have said that to a child. Like, it's insane. I cannot believe people defend that. If a child says to you, should I be alive? You say, of course. You don't say, well, prove it. Like, I can't get over that. Exactly. He was trying to push Ace into the Marines all his life. So he was trying to push Ace into prove you're worth your life by doing something that matters. Go in the Marines. He wanted Ace to be a Marine. He wanted everyone to be a Marine. And instead, it went the opposite way. Because Ace knew he wouldn't find anything in the Marines. And he was right. Like... he found more joy in the kid that wanted to be a pirate than the old man that pushed him to be a Marine. Of fucking course he was gonna be a pirate from that. It's the way Ace even says that. Ace even says to Garp, you know the Marines wouldn't have accepted me once they found out who I am. And Garp has no fucking response to that. Because he's right. The way people forget about that, the way people are like, why didn't Ace become a Marine? Ace says why. Because Ace had the intelligence to realize the Marines will not take any sort of leeway with him. He's literally the son of what the Marines claim to be the most evil man in the world. They weren't going to use Ace for any propaganda like, oh, look, he's a Marine. Ace's propaganda was, we've now killed the entire Roger bloodline. We've defeated the evil. Ace was not going to be reformed in the Marines, and Ace knew that. Garp knew that. Garp was just in denial about that. I cannot believe people argue that Ace should have been a Marine to better himself. Or to have a better, like, argument for his own life, essentially. To do him some favors. Like, what? Ace spelled out for us why he didn't become a Marine. And people just don't accept it. They're like Garp. They're like Garp. They deny it. It's insane. I'll never forget that line, because that line is what made me go, I get it. I get why Ace went down the path he did, and he's right. Yeah. Hey, Ace, maybe if you prove that you should have been born... I just can't get over that. Hey, Ace, prove that you should be alive right now. Oh! Oh! Imagine, like, that shit that happened to Sanji, like, fuck, Sanji fuck. Imagine saying that Sanji literally lived a life where he had to prove his existence. And everyone turns to Judge. Yes, Judge is worse than Garp, obviously. But it's the same sentiment. The Garp was like, prove it. Oh my god, that's insane. Oh my god. I hate the conversations around Ace and Garp. Because it makes my brain hurt. Blaming Ace, who is the victim in the situation, point blank. And thinking Garp is the victim instead, when one of them is in chains, is actually shocking. I'll never get over it. No, Luffy will not be forgiven. Luffy's a pirate. He's an emperor of the sea pirate. You don't understand. Family does not come before the Marines. Family has never meant anything to the Marines, unless you are a Marine. That is literally the point of Marineford. The Marines came before Ace. Garp decided that. The Marines do not prioritize family unless that family member is a Marine. That's also what happened in Egghead. Kizaru was so close to Vegapunk and he still had to prioritize the Marines. For Luffy? Luffy wouldn't have had any problems being a Marine because he's not the son of Roger. Like, you forget Roger is literally seen as the most evil person in One Piece's world for the Marines. Like, he's the devil incarnate to the Marines and the world government. But Dragon isn't Roger, is he? Dragon's the most wanted man in the world, yes. But he's not Roger. They weren't trying to hunt down Dragon's son like they were Roger's son, were they? It's a different scale. Roger started the Pirate Age. Dragon didn't. There's a difference here. They didn't know Dragon had a son, no. But Dragon is not on the same scale as Roger at all. Like, it doesn't, like, my point is it doesn't matter. This is a conversation that doesn't add up. Luffy is not on the same level as Ace. Because Ace is literally the son of who is believed to be the worst man in the world. Dragon didn't start the Pirate Age. Like, Luffy and it's just not the same playing field. Ace was being killed for, like, power of the Marines. Dragon is just not on that same scale as Roger ever was. Dragon did also say that they can't know I have a son, that's true. But I just do not think Dragon and Roger can be compared. I really don't. Like, Roger is literally, like, again, Roger started this. He's just seen as the devil. Ace's death was supposed to be an end to the Pirate Age. I don't know what Luffy's death would achieve. Because again, Dragon is not connected to the start of the Pirate Age. Look, I don't know about Roger's Dragon's story, but my point is point blank, Roger and Dragon are just not on the same playing field. Killing Luffy would be a threat at best, but killing Ace was supposed to be the end of the Pirate Age. Like, it's just not the same. Justice has prevailed! We killed a 20-year-old! Lysham, we already know that. Because most people with the D in their name don't know what it means anymore, so it's an empty threat. Imu even said this. Imu knows there are tons of people with the D out there, but it doesn't, like, hinder them because they don't even know what it means. Garp does not know what the D means. I mean, most people with the D don't know what it means. Like, probably everyone with the D, Garp aside, Roger aside, don't know what it means. Emu said they're just like a whisper of something from the past now. When it came to, Law, the reason Law had to hide his name is because of Doffy. One day I'll make a Garp video about why he's a bum. I don't think there's any meaning to the name Water. Wasn't that just a middle name? Didn't Law say that? Law was like, Water is just like a given name. I'm pretty sure it's just his middle name. He's a little Catholic girl. He has a middle name. They did kill Clover for having the D in his name. But also remember Clover's brother. Clover's brother was also an archaeologist like the rest of O'Hara. Like, Clover and Clover's brother were trying to uncover the truth. Guys, I don't think water means anything. I thought it was just a middle name. I thought the reason he said my secret name is because he was going by an alias under the Doffy family. They all had like a secret name or their true name. I think you guys are taking it too literally. I just thought he was like, okay, here's my true name. I always thought water meant just a middle name. I never paid any attention to it because it just sounded like a middle name. I mean, Garp didn't raise his kids, Dadan did. Dadan's their mum. And I know Dadan is actually the one who raised them, because Dadan was the one who was infuriated at Ace's death. And who stood up for Luffy due to Ace's death. Yeah, but remember that Sengoku brought Corazon into the Marines. Once again, this is the argument. Trying to protect these kids that Garp and Sengoku had. These characters believe they are limited by that box of justice. Right? If Corazon didn't join the Marines, I have to wonder what that would have looked like. Garp fully believed that because Ace didn't join the Marines, he just didn't have the ability to properly protect him. And that's the issue. Garp is chained to the Marines and what he can do with the Marines. He believes in the Marines more than he believes in his own, like, morals. He's stubborn, basically. He thinks the Marines are good. He thinks the Marines are making the calls that he should follow. So Ace not joining the Marines fucked him up, because now he's like, I can't protect you. I can't protect you because you didn't join the Marines, and that's wrong. He just can't put his family or people he cares about over the Marines. He just can't do it. He puts the system first. It's just obvious. And the same thing happened with Kizaru. I see Garp and Marineford and Kizaru in Egghead as the same thing. They do something passive in a very small attempt to try to go for what they think might be the morally right thing to do. And that passive thing doesn't do anything because it's not enough. Garp's passive move was allowing Luffy to hit him. Kizaru's passive move was feeding Luffy. But at the end of the day, Ace died. At the end of the day, Stella died. So they were so spineless that all they could do was the bare minimum, and it wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. Because they just couldn't put the people they cared about over the system that they serve under. And then you look at Garp saving Kobe. Garp went all out saving Kobe. He sacrificed his life. There was not a passive bone in his body. Kobe's a Marine. Garp thinks he can do anything. He can go above and beyond to save people, but they have to be a Marine. They have to be part of the system that he believes in, for him to want to do something aggressive and actually stand up for something that he believes in. If they're outside the system, the best he can be is passive. And again, Egghead was the same. Egghead was the exact same with Kizaru. And this is the issue with the Marines, and it's the issue that I believe Oda is showing. That these people are putting a system above loved ones, which is fucked up. The only, like, Marine I've really seen that tries to put an actual moral good to save people above the system is Smoker. Smoker knew he should have arrested Luffy multiple times, but he realized Luffy is the one that will save these countless people. And he recognizes Luffy as a chaotic good. But Smoker's still on thin ice. He's still on thin ice. Fujitora too, but Fujitora is different because Fujitora got drafted. He's a different case in my opinion. We don't know what Smoker is, but he's pulling something. But I fully believe the message of this is going to be, what is the point of a system that compromises your loved ones? That kills your loved ones? What is the point of standing for that if you can't even stand with your whole chest to save the people that you love due to believing in the system? That's just what it feels like to me. They put the system over families because they just believe in the system. Garp believes in the Marines like nobody else. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of Garp. He's trying to save the future of the Marines. He believes the Marines is something that can be redeemed. It can be good. And that's why he's trying to recruit all these people. That's why he was so desperate to save Kobe. Because he thinks Kobe can be something that can fix the Marines. In his heart, he feels the Marines are the right thing to follow. It just needs a bit of a fix-up. And we don't know why he thinks that. And this is why I think whatever happened with him and Dragon is what's causing this. Garp is just so stubborn. He's so stubborn. Right? He's so stubborn in the future of the Marines that he can't see what's happening right in front of him as it kills people that he loves. And I do think, my theory is, Dragon basically said to him, there's no justice here. What you've been serving under your whole life is disgusting. And I think that just made Garp double down. Because Garp has been in the Marines all his life. That's a hard thing to have to swallow. Right? That is a tough pill to swallow. The thing you've been working under all your life will just kill people. Including your loved ones. It is flawed. It is wrong. And there is no justice here. It's a tough pill for Garp to swallow. But I genuinely think that's what's happened between Dragon and Garp. And why one of them has gone one way and started the revolutionaries, and the other one is staying in the Marines, trying to make a future out of it. It feels like it makes the most sense out, to me. I believe Garp was indoctrinated into the Marines the same way Kobe was. Garp wanted to change something. He wanted to save people, he wanted to help people. He thought the Marines were where to go. Kobe felt the same. And that's probably the same thing that happened to Dragon. Dragon clearly wants to help people. He was in the Marines, and he didn't see justice in there. And instead he created something that he's trying to actually help people with. Pirates like Luffy aren't the norm. Yeah, but pirates aren't sent to buster call innocent people on an island, are they? There are bad pirates out there, yes, but the point of pirates is they're all individuals. Marines, on the other hand, are a machine. You tell a group of pirates, I order you to kill that little girl. Some of them might. Some of them will say no. You order a group of Marines, I order you to kill that little girl. They say, justice. We literally have watched that happen how many fucking times now? Think of all the people over Hara that got killed. Again, Fujitora was drafted. In the same way you're saying not all pirates are like Luffy, not all Marines are like Fujitora. But the issue, as I always say, with the Marines is, yes, pirates do bad things. Pirates aren't all good. I know. We've seen the Emperors of the Sea. They're not all good. But the issue with the Marines is when the pirates kill someone, they're pirates. They're not justifying killing people. When Marines kill people, they say, this is justice. I'm killing you for justice. And it's anyone. Pirates, children, civilians. It's anyone. The issue with the Marines is they wear the name justice on their back. They wear that thinking everything they do is for the good of the world. They will cause a literal genocide. They will take part in a genocide, as we have seen them do like 3 times now, with the word justice on their backs. Pirates do not pretend they are morally better than anyone. A lot of them don't pretend they're fucking bettering the world. Marines do. Under the Marine system, you are at risk of just being born wrong. Therefore, you must be killed. Within pirates, you cannot be born wrong. Yes, pirates can be violent. Yes, pirates can be bad. No one's denying that. But they don't pretend they're doing something good, do they? That's the issue. This is why the Marines are a problem. Because they think what they're doing is bettering the world. And they're just killing kids. They're just following orders that gets innocent people killed. And it's fucked. And then of course the argument itself can be made. The more military you have, the more crime rates go up. This is a statistic that's being shown everywhere. The more cops you have in one state, the more crime that state commits. The more Marines there are, the more push there are for pirates. It's a cycle. The only reason there are pirates to this capacity is because of the iron and authoritarian fist of the Marines. People become pirates because they want to escape what the Marines are doing. They become pirates because they will be killed otherwise. We've seen it time and time and time again. They become pirates because the Marines won't help them. Because they're not good enough to be saved. That's the point. No, pirates aren't all good. They're never gonna be good. But usually the system they are under has pushed them into this kind of lifestyle. And the system is run and oiled by the Marines. This is the argument I always make. And that's the problem. So yeah. The Marines have an issue. And that's it. That's the issue. And like a huge example is Law. Law fucking hated Marines. He was a little boy, a sick little boy, and he hated the Marines. Because his existence was seen as something to be destroyed. By the world government. By the Marines. So he hated them. He went to Doffy before he went to get any help from the Marines. Or he went to Doffy afterwards. Because the Marines wouldn't help him. This is a little boy who is dying of an illness. And instead of helping him, they just kill him. The Marines just, it's so clear they have an issue. It's so clear they have an issue. And that issue is they think what they're doing is justice, and it's not. Never has been, and it never will be. I personally don't think helping to commit genocides to wipe out history and keep people in line is justice. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm silly, you know? I mean, the world government worked with warlords. That was the whole thing. And the warlords were actively causing despair, and they had the power they had because of the world government. And the world government set absolutely no barriers to help the civilians that the warlords were harming. Look, I don't know how One Piece is going to end. I don't know what Oda's going to do with the system. I just know the system's broken. I don't know how he's going to end it. But I do know that the point of it right now is this is wrong. What's happening is wrong. The world government system, who the Marines serve, is wrong. That's all I know. Because remember, the reason the Pirate Age started is simply because Roger just wanted to find out the truth of the world. He was literally just a guy. And he was demonized for that. That's the system that One Piece is under. It's like when people look at Sword and they say, oh, but Sword's like out from the Marines. First of all, no. I don't know why people think Sword are not a subsection of the Marines. It's a stupid thing to think. Second of all, Sword still has Marine. They still have justice on their backs. As long as they carry the word justice on their backs, what they're doing means nothing to me. Because they can commit good deeds, and then they can also commit bad deeds. But any deed is a good deed to the Marines, so long as they hold justice on their backs. I mean, this is why it's important for Luffy as well. Luffy doesn't label himself a hero. He doesn't label what he's doing as right or wrong. He just does what he personally thinks he should do. Because if Luffy labels himself a hero, suddenly things he can do will be heroic. And again, that leads down the Marine path, which is why it's so funny and ironic that Garp is a hero. He's labeled a hero and Luffy hates being referred to as a hero. Because Luffy doesn't want to live that idea of anything I do is a good thing. Not even Luffy believes that. Because then again, that becomes twisted. And suddenly you can commit a bad act, but you will be labeled a hero. So your bad act can't really be bad. That's the point. Luffy doesn't even label himself as good. He lets people decide what he's doing, if they want to support him, but he's never going to wear justice on his back. He's never going to say what he's doing is justice. And saying it that, like, a lot of people think pirates and marines are like the mirrors. It's not. It's the Marines and the Revolutionary Army. Because the Revs can also walk that fine line. But I haven't seen enough of them yet to really have an opinion on the Revs' place in the world.
Howdy do, boys!
I can't believe Gabon's saying this. Well, look, I fully stand by that this whole thing with Luffy and Gear 5 and Nika and Joy Boy. It's not destiny. I think that's been made pretty clear, in my opinion. This is just Luffy's will. A lot of people act like because it's Luffy, the Devil Fruit awakened, and it would awake for no one else but Luffy, and I don't agree. The point is Luffy has that will. I'm not saying anyone can be Luffy, but I am saying if you have the will like Luffy's, you can probably unlock that. Luffy has a dream he wants to achieve. He has a will that's unbreakable. So the fruit awakened. He basically reached into that fruit and forced that out. That's the point, in my opinion. I don't think it's, oh, Luffy's the only special boy. I never thought it was that. And honestly, it was proven with Bonnie as well. Bonnie literally unlocked a Gear 5 form. Like, this isn't destiny. This is just freedom. I do like the name Joy Boy though. The boy who brings joy, that's so true. I mean, guy with three eyes, those people are free to have those opinions, but that was never something that affected my reading personally. It was never something that affected my reading experience. Like, I never went through the arcs and thought, how long have they actually been together? Especially when the whole point with Luffy is, and the Straw Hats, is they found a family in each other like that. Because they love each other. Love isn't about all the years you spent together. It's just about how much you love the person. I experienced this with a friend I have. I had only met her like 2 years ago. And I remember saying to her like 5 months into our friendship, I feel like I've like known you my whole life. It's just something special. Yeah, Bonchan even said that. What does... Oh, thank you for the sub. Oh, that's so nice. What does Carly Rae Jepsen say in Call Me Maybe? This is relevant. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. I missed you so, so bad. That's relevant. That's literally the Straw Hats. Before they came into each other's lives, they missed them so bad. Robin's a huge example of that. No, that's just the Straw Hats. came into my life, I missed you so bad. Guy with 3 eyes, that wasn't just me. Arte gave me that idea. Credit where credit is due, but I really like it. Garfield! Nika's like Snoopy. That's so cute. Nika, you are one funny cat. Oh my god. I wish I knew. I could listen to Midnight City. Waiting for a ride in the dark. Look and see her eyes, stay aglow. Waiting in the dark. Oh, okay. The one twice. Sin is my church. Bing, bang, bong, bang. Bing, bang, bong, bang. Waiting in the car. Waiting for a ride in the dark. Can someone make a One Piece AMV with Midnight City? Please! And can you make it good? Please! Hi, Crush. Waiting for a ride in the dark. Waiting in the car. Waiting for a ride in the dark. Waiting for a ride in the dark. Thanks, Crash, but I don't have the time anymore. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 2,000 USD, Zim. It's literally a steal, right, Crash? Thank you. I've just sing. Do you have to acapella it? I know this is an unpopular opinion, but Usopp in this panel looks sexy. I don't know, there's something about his aura. I don't know. He just looks good here. It's all in the nose. Usopp with his hair down. Oh! Fuck, he looks good! I need to see it more! Oda, you bastard! Oh, I peeked the mic, I'm sorry. Okay. It's only been, what, 6 hours? I'm considering if I want to stop for the day. Do I want to stop for the day? I've already decided I'm going to stay up. It's 17 minutes. Nearly 18 minutes. I'll sit here for a bit and see how I feel. I already had something before I started the stream. I had a yummy little salad. Where's my cat, actually? I'll be back. I have to pee, so I'll be back in a I stood up and my bladder went, oh, so I'll be back.
Howdy do, boys!
Hey everyone, check this out. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? Oh, she's not happy with me though. Ugh. Ow! She's looking at me. Mother, please. Mother, please. She's cute. Where are you going? Gonna stay there. Yeah, I'll break for a bit. And then I'll get back to work. I've got blueberries in the fridge, not this one, actual blueberries. And I'm trying to decide if I want them. What's the plan? Why are you sitting like that, hey? Bobbing or blueberry? This is bobbing and blueberry. I need to play more horror games, by the way. I keep thinking about it. And I know I would excel at horror games. But I just have to carve out the time. I need to make like a day a horror game day. Or something. Because I like horror games. No, I want indie horror. You are so cute. Now I gotta look that up. And now you are so content. Look at you. Hang on, I'm looking it up. Oh. It doesn't look as horror as I thought it would. That's an anime girl. It's German? Let's see. Hang on, I gotta open my Pokemon cards. My bachelor's degree was in screen production, not film. And yeah, my videos would be entirely different. I learnt a lot through that course. Not just editing wise, but essay writing wise. Hang on. It's pack opening time. Someone wants to trade. Oh, Poopy! So cute. Big bobbing purrs. Isn't she so cute? Aw. She is so cute. Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you. An RPG? I don't know. I like point and clicks. If that means anything. I both play and collect. Alright, opening time. I haven't opened anything yet. It is in process. Alolan Sandshrew, Makuhita, Cosmoium, Trubbish, Alolan Sandslash. Okay, got another pack to open. V is slamming? That's Blueberry's tail on my keyboard. Heliolisk? I never know how to say that. Oh, I got Cosmog! This is my first Cosmog. Trumbeak, Alolan Sandslash again. Araquanid? Araquanid. Oh, that's it. I think I have one more pack in a minute. Oh, what big baby? What? She's looking at me like, why not pet me? Big baby, you are so cute. Alright, one more set to open. Sandshrew again, Mudbray, Wimpod, Excadrill. Oh, Golisopod! Nice. Nothing big though. Alright, I'm gonna go get my blueberries. Give me a sec. Ugh. These blueberries are a very good color. Oh. This is my break. I found out blueberries are a superfood, by the way. I had no idea, they're just yummy. Are the cards as impossible to find in store in Australia as they are in the States? I wouldn't know, I don't find them physically. But I don't think they're impossible. My roommate comes home with them every time he goes to like Target or Kmart. I don't know. The One Piece cards are a pain in the ass to find though. Pain in the ass. Kmart exists in Australia. It's one of our biggest stores. How are scalpers allowed, by the way? So they buy, what, sets of cards and then sell it at an inflated price? How is that allowed? Because wouldn't you think that the card companies, wouldn't they think they're missing out on money? How do they stop it? They simply stop any reselling on any sites. They need official sites to sell from. And if no site is selling officially, then they don't allow it. Reseller might be card companies themselves. Ugh. I didn't think physically. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to stop it physically. But you'd think in the digital age you could. I'm about to eat this whole damn planet. It always happens. Pack limit. That would cause some outcry. But if resellers are selling at an inflated price, what's stopping the card companies from selling at that inflated price? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's proving that people are buying the cards at that price. Yeah, I don't know how you'd stop that then. The only way you could stop it is if you made it totally digital, and I don't agree with that. Cat hair on my blueberries, oh my god. How do I deal with the cat hair? Wipe it off! It is that easy. You wash your hands before every meal, and you don't let the cats near the food. Done. Ugh. Just in general. I wipe it off! I have a roller. I don't know what else you want me to say. By the way, my friend brought this up. And I didn't realize this. They basically released like, or like someone found like a Toei made thing of the Straw Hat swimsuits. First of all, whatever Usopp's wearing is crazy. Happy for him, but he looks like he's from like the 30s. But that was the one thing. Zoro in his pants and boots. This is how he swims? Just in his regular pants? I know he's only got one pair. I know he's only got one pair of this shit. That's crazy. He disgusts me. But also, his body yori yori. I was looking between him and Sanji's bodies and Sanji cracked me up. I would feel insuperior as a man. Inferior as a man standing next to Zoro. Makes me laugh. But also my friend pointed this out. Sanji shaved. Sanji went, day at a beach. I gotta shave. He's just like me for real. His little boxes. Oh, his little swim trunks. But yeah, no, Zoro disgusts me. In his pants? Are you serious? Sanji's always had chicken legs. His pants. I'm not happy about it. I like Sanji's chicken legs. There, I said it. I enjoy his chicken legs. You will take his chicken legs from my cold dead hands. Thank you very much. Yeah, and Zoro's whole thing is lifting fucking 10 times his weight. He should look like a fucking professional Olympic weight builder. He should be thick, really thick. And Nami should have organs. But here we are. I like Sanji's beanstalk legs. And I stand by that. This is my truth. Idiots. Do I want to keep working? I don't know. I'll see how I feel. My thing is, I don't know what I would do when stopping working. I just don't. Like, what do I do after this stream? I'd probably just lie in bed. I'd fall asleep at 7 AM. And I should probably stay up a little bit. Wow, 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 wow. I wish I knew. Hang on, lubing my eyes. Bah. Oh, alright. I'm also trying to decide if I want to eat something unhealthy and greasy. All I had today was a salad and blueberries. You know what show I've been putting on in the background while getting ready or doing my exercises? Not Family Guy, that's my sleep time. Desperate Housewives. Not a reality TV show, it's a drama from like the 2000s. It's fucking wild. It is an absolutely insane and unhinged show. And I cannot believe half of what I'm watching. But dear God, does it make me hungry. There's so much food in that show, and it looks so good. Desperate Housewives! It's like, it's so dated, by the way. There are some episodes that have aged so poorly. I don't know! It's got tons of seasons. This Desperate Housewives was the show that, like, mums were watching in the 2000s. It's not, like, this is not me recommending for you guys to watch it. I'm just saying that it is crazy for a 2000 show. Like, shit is happening in that show, and I don't think it should be. Like, in the most recent episode that I had on while doing my makeup, a plane crashed into a Christmas fair on a street. Like, what is going on? This is meant to be about housewives who are desperate. Why are planes crashing at Christmas carnivals? But also I love watching old shows because I like seeing what the societal norms were back in the day. And by that I mean what people used to do and what they could get away with. That was usually pretty horrible. Nah, they're just living. They're just living their lives, and shit happens. People keep getting murdered in that show. I mean, they're desperate for many reasons. I will start watching. It's not like, I don't know if I can say it's a good watch, genuinely. It's just bizarre. It feels like a fever dream. It's not reality, no. It's a fictional drama. Ugh. Anyway, just thought I'd let everyone know. What side do the Den Den Mushies stand on, I wonder? What are their morals? Gabe Bowser, I don't have the capacity for this.
Howdy do, boys.
Liberate the snails! That's so true. These poor snails never got a choice. Why do Admiral fans exist? Yo! Oh, he's so cool! He just punched someone! That's why they exist. Whoa! Oh my god! He beat Base Lucci! That's why they exist. Simple. House elves in Harry Potter. Guys, Den Den Mushi like being enslaved. No, but seriously, I think Den Den Mushi are like pets. Den Den Mushi are more like your cat. They can just serve another purpose. The elves in Harry Potter. Oh, that's foul. That was Sanji's Den Den Mushi. And I was actually thinking about this because the thought process was, wow, Sanji really slipped a Den Den Mushi under Zoro's Haramaki without Zoro noticing. That's like skin to skin contact. And I'm like, how the fuck did Zoro not notice that? And then I was like, oh my god, that Den Den Mushi was on Zoro's skin. Under his Haramaki. That is foul. That poor Den Den Mushi, like, oh my god. What do you mean they don't have noses? Wait, how do snails smell? Snails smell. Snails smell. They have 4 noses. What? They have a superior sense of smell. Better than humans. Not dog level, but they detect food meters away. Oh my god, that poor thing. Oh my god. It was in Zoro's Haramaki going, yeah! Oh my god. I feel so bad for it. Bro could probably smell Zoro's unwashed ass from his Haramaki. Oh! Chopper has an enhanced sense of smell. He seems to be fine with Zoro. Yeah, and animals tend to like the smell of like piss and shit. So what's your point? Chopper doesn't like the smell of perfume. And is fine with Zoro. Really think about that. Think about what you're saying. Choppers like the smell of choppers. Animals like the smell of doo-doo. They like stinky smells. I will put a shirt down for my cat. 1 unwashed, 1 washed. She's going to the unwashed one. Animals like stinky smell. Chopper would be like, Zoro smells very natural. That's so cool. Chopper would be confused as to why, like, people like Sanji and Nami, like, put perfume on themselves. That wouldn't compute with him. He'd be confused about that. He's an animal, remember? No. Chopper gets brushed once a week. Wasn't that the thing? Chopper usually gets brushed. He doesn't tend to shower. Bathes every 3 days? Wait, where's the SBS? I thought it was that Chopper gets brushed. Once every 3 days. Oh, where the fuck am I thinking that Chopper gets brushed? Either way, this doesn't mean anything. Chopper can clean the fleas from his fur, while also not computing that Zoro's stinky. Because he's an animal. Chopper smelled perfume and went, ugh. But yeah, I'm not trusting Chopper, who has an animal nose, to determine who smells the best. My cat would pick, like, cat shit over me, you know? But also, once again, he showers once a week, Zoro. That is a week of unwashed ass. You can simply never convince me that he doesn't stink. He sweats all the time. That is a week of unwashed ass. No one will ever convince me that he could smell remotely good. No one could ever convince me of that. And he also seems to wear the same clothes all the time. The same haramaki all the time. Bro, he fucking stinks. I just feel bad for Sanji. I feel so bad for Sanji. He's the only guy that showers every day. And I know it tortures him. I know he's holding his nose in the fucking dorm room. Leave me alone! Ah! Ah! Bathing every day is fine. Washing your hair every day is bad. But bathing every day is totally healthy. That's like saying, can you wash your hands too much? Different people can have different problems, don't get me wrong. But it's also plenty healthy for plenty of people. Okay, it's like washing your hands every day then. No, bathing every day will not fuck you up. Bathing multiple times a day every day will fuck you up. Well, it depends what the fuck you're adding to your body. Like, if you're using like a liquid soap, that's probably gonna fuck up your skin. But if you're washing with bar soap and exfoliating like gloves, you're fine. Even more fine if you put oil or any moisturizer on you after bathing. But no, there's nothing wrong with bathing every day. Tons of people do it, me included. Well, I mean, I used to. But yeah, if you're being too intense on your skin, yeah, bathing every day is gonna fuck you up. But if you're waking up in the morning and you've got like the grime from yesterday on you, and you're just doing like a 5-minute shower to wash that off, you're not gonna fuck up your skin. It's good for you. You're getting nice and clean. Also, isn't bathing every day bad for you? Sounds like something Zoro would say. Sus. But washing your hair every day is bad. Don't do that. That's bad for you. Your hair gets so greasy in just one day. Fun fact, if you're washing your hair every day, it makes your hair greasier. Wash your hair maybe twice a week. Your hair will stop getting as greasy. This is what my hairdresser told me, by the way. Have you ever heard of standing outside of the shower? You shouldn't get your hair wet unless you're washing it. That damages your hair. You either get a shower cap or you just stand... You do one of these. You put your hair up and you do one of these. And then you do one of these. And your hair has not been touched. It's that simple. If you're not washing your hair, you shouldn't get your hair wet in the shower. It damages the follicles. That's uncomfortable. I'm in there to wash my ass for 5 minutes. What do you mean? Do you think I'm having like dinner and tea in there? Oh yeah, no, eating fruits in the shower is really good. Because you can be as messy as you want. Hello, hello. Ow. Why is that peeking? I mean, there are probably stink women in One Piece. But we don't have the shower schedule for every character in One Piece. I bet Ripley stinks. She looks like she'd smell. Needs to be a good example. She's the one that has a kid who's trying to be a warrior and she's egging him on. Ugh. No, not Bonnie. Bonnie's a mother, Guinea. Guinea definitely stinks. She was definitely a stink woman. By the way, interesting that Killingham's nightmares still stay even when the person with the nightmares wakes up, by the way. So like I'm not sure how You stop that. That's true, Loki's my princess. I'm not denying. Odin, lend me some of your hockey. This is base children's nightmares we're dealing with. In my heart, Reiju stinks. I'm gonna be controversial and say Elbaf One Piece Loki is more baby girl because his introduction is just... That's so princess core. That's so baby girl princess core. Does poison stink? Depends on the poison. Nami should get a kiss on the cheek. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Swalla la la. Romance Dawn Trio. More like doesn't do anything together anymore trio. Ayo! More like has 4 chapters together in a castle after 18 years and still doesn't do anything together trio. Ayo! It is crazy that the Romance Dawn Trio hasn't gotten anything since Skypiea, and then what they got in Elbaf was they all went in a castle for like 4 chapters. And then they just separated again. Oda said, he said, here's your fucking freebie. Now back to the monster trio. Daydreaming Donut, the only answer I have- Donuts. Oh my god. The only answer I have for you is Oda just prefers different dynamics. He just prefers Nami's dynamic with usually Usopp than he does with Luffy and Zoro, it seems. I don't know why else he keep splitting them up. Because Oda's gonna write what he feels he enjoys the most, right? That's obvious. That's why Gear 5 was a thing. And I think he just really likes Nami and Usopp as a duo. Like, I just think that's it. Robin and Nami have a strong dynamic together. They just don't do much together. But I think it's more because Oda doesn't want to put the 2 token girls in the same room all the time. But the same can be said for like Zoro and Robin. I genuinely do not remember the last time Zoro and Robin spoke to each other. I just don't. And again, it's just because Oda prefers different dynamics. Like, Oda clearly really likes Robin and Brooke's dynamic right now. And that's fair enough. They're really fun together. He also clearly, and I'm gonna say it, he clearly fucking loves Luffy and Sanji's dynamic. He nearly always pairs those two up. Whole Cake Island, the whole fucking thing was Luffy and Sanji. In the Baratier, he literally removed the rest of the Straw Hats at the time. Just so Luffy and Sanji could have their moments together. Sky Pier was also Luffy and Sanji combined. Luffy and Frankie not speaking to each other for 7 years. That doesn't add up. Because in Fishman Island, they definitely spoke to each other. In Punk Hazard, they spoke to each other. In Dressrosa, they spoke to each other a lot. Zoro happened, Whole Cake Island happened, Wano happens. Don't remember Luffy speaking much with Frankie and Wano. But the only way the 7 years would make sense is if we count Whole Cake Island. And I don't think that's fair. Because obviously Frankie was not there. Yeah, they talked on Zoro. I mean, the Straw Hats talk to each other, but there's clearly dynamics that Oda enjoys more. And I don't think that's an issue, because, you know, if he wants to write that, he wants to write that. It's more so like, oh man, I wish we got to see more. I don't know. I was gonna say Chopper and Usopp, but they talk a lot. I wish we got to see, like, more Chopper and Brook, you know? I'm not bothered at all by it, because he's writing what he wants to write, and I think it's still good. But I can see why some people would want more. Nami and Frankie's cute. In Wano it was cute. Like, I'm quite spoiled as a Sanji fan. You know why? Because Oda loves peppering Sanji everywhere. Loves it. He loves splitting that boy up and giving him to everyone. That's just like... Sanji has a good bit of talks with all of the crew. And I'm very fortunate as a Sanji fan. He really, really likes having Sanji talk to everyone. Peppers Sanji around. A little sprinkle, just a dash of Sanji. Because I remember thinking, maybe Sanji and Frankie haven't done anything for a while. Egghead happened. Oda said, don't even worry about it. Now this will just be Sanji and Frankie. Fuck, that was funny. Like, Sanji's always in there. I'm so lucky as a Sanji fan. Because Oda clearly has a bias. Like, Sanji meeting Loki this early on, I wasn't expecting that. I honestly thought Sanji was going to stay in the upper world. I didn't think he was going to go down to the forest world. And Oda went, fuck, I gotta get Sanji down there. He was like itching to get Sanji down there. Why did Oda switch out Nami for Sanji? Simple, because Oda likes Sanji's dynamic with the Monster Trio more, and Oda likes Nami's dynamic with Usopp and the others more. Right? Oda prefers Nami's dynamic with Jinbei, Usopp, Brook than he does Nami's dynamic with Luffy and Zoro. That just seems to be the case to me. Like, I do think it's so funny that Sanji had to be where Loki is. Oda said, wait, I'm forgetting something. Fuck, Sanji has to be in the middle of the action, as always. Like, damn. It just keeps happening. Because Egghead was crazy. Egghead was crazy for Sanji, I'll be honest. When people try and downplay Sanji and Egghead, I don't mean power-wise, I just mean Sanji being an Egghead. I just think they're jealous. I'm serious, I just think they're jealous that Sanji got, like, so much attention in Egghead. I wasn't expecting that. He was fucking everywhere in Egghead. He never let up in Egghead. Even in Dressrosa, Oda let Sanji take a swing at Doflamingo before leaving? That's crazy! That's crazy because not even Zoro got that! Not even Zoro got to take a swing at Doffy. And he was there the whole fucking time! That's actually insane to think about! Sanji got a swing in Doffy and then he left. Like, I'm sorry, there's such a clear bias with Sanji. I'm not even saying this as a Sanji fan. I just have eyes. And then Sanji becomes the leader of the Twirly Hat Pirates. They even called that. The Twirly Hat Pirate. Oda, you're not slick. Like, this isn't being a Sanji fan. I just have eyeballs, because this is crazy. I'm just correct. I don't know, I always think one of the reasons Sanji gets so much hate is because he gets so much focus. And it makes people jealous. Like, I know one of the reasons a lot of people, for example, want like an extra Zoro backstory is not really because they super desire one. It's because Sanji got one. No one was like, where's Zoro's Whole Cake Island before Sanji got a Whole Cake Island? Do you know what I mean? That was Sanji inflation. I didn't choose Sanji. You think I had a choice in the matter? You think I had a choice? Wow. Sanji inflation. Sanji inflation fucked the One Piece stock market. Don't joke because that might be true. Sanji inflation may have possibly ruined how many people talk about One Piece right now. I.e. Usopp's Whole Cake Island on Elbaf. Sanji did that! The Sanji inflation has ruined Usopp stocks. That's crazy. They already flame Oda. They flame Oda because Gear 5 wasn't edgy. You think he cares? Sanji inflation is what ruined Wano for a lot of people. Where's Zoro's Whole Cake Island? This isn't a joke. Sanji inflation has ruined the One Piece stock market. The Straw Hat stock market. Every arc has to pay a Sanji tax! Fuck! Can I use that? Oh my god! I'm writing that down. That's a really good line. Every arc has to pay a Sanji tax. Because it's like, I was thinking, oh, Dressrosa, and then I remembered, no, he got a shot in at Doflamingo. And again, that's insane. The beginning of Dressrosa, the whole time Sanji was in Dressrosa, there was so much Sanji focus. He was literally fucking just around on his own. Right? Getting Viola on the side of the Straw Hats. And then taking a shot at Doffy. And then Sanji left, and I have to wonder, when Sanji left during Dressrosa, was Oda like sweating? God. Fishman Island as well had a lot of Sanji focus, both for the good and the bad. Punk Hazard as well. Oh, it's true, every arc has a Sanji tax. Honestly, the arc he was probably least involved in was Skypiea. But he still had an insane moment in Skypiea. Water 7, he had the whole... Big and fucking greedy, he had the whole train scene to himself in Water 7. This greedy bitch, this is the greed they talk about in the Bible. Oda genuinely said, fuck it, I'm making a Sanji arc. I'm convinced now. He said, I'm making one. Marineford? Now, okay, here's my argument. Impel down in Marineford. Where's the Sanji tax, you may ask? Who the fuck is Sanji's mentor? And who did Luffy run into and actively help get him out of the prison? You're telling me the one fucking person that Luffy meets that is of uber importance to get Luffy out of this prison and get Crocodile on his side is Sanji's fucking mentor? The one that connects Luffy to Dragon and the Revolutionary Army? That's Sanji's mentor? The only person that had met Luffy beforehand, who was there at Marineford with Luffy, that is Sanji's mentor. This is the Sanji tax! This Sanji tax is fucking crazy! Gabon's also part of the Sanji tax! I'm just thinking of all the arcs. Oh my god, they all have a Sanji tax. Duval in Saboti. Oh my god. The Sanji tax is crazy. This is real. I have to start spreading this. Every arc has a Sanji tax. How come your character... Gee, Sanji fans, how come you get the Sanji tax? Bitch, I don't know. Hold on, I gotta tweet this. Every arc has a Sanji tax. That's actually crazy. The fact it's not insane is what's getting me. Sanji is like, he is always in the middle of like the main thing going on. Like Punk has the crazy example of that. Sanji is so greedy, he tried to steal Zoro's moment and throw him back. Out of the way, Zoro. This arc has to pay the Sanji tax. Oh my god! Oh my god! The Sanji tax must be paid. Oh, it cracks me up. Literally greed they speak of in the Bible. Sanji, Takuma, take me instead. Why? The tax must be paid. Fuck, I need to start spreading the Sanji tax. It's just too real. People will be mad about it too, but I'm right. Every arc, Sanji just is significant in some crazy way. All the Straw Hats are significant, obviously, but why does Sanji always get, like, special little solo scenes the way he does? Oh my god! That's not true. Robin and Brooke know about nothing happened. Loki's gonna start rampaging and Sanji's gonna step out and go, wait. You have to pay the tax. I can't wait to see Sanji in the Joy Boy flashback. Oh my god, I can't wait to see Sanji in the Void Century. Imu's actually Sanji. Yeah, Nino, wow, interesting, huh? She's gonna be so happy when she gets to Whole Cake Island, that's for sure. I've always said, Sanji always hiding half of his face. That's a design choice. He's clearly hiding his, like, appearance and eyebrows. His eyebrows connect him with Germa. And he has the same face as 3 other brothers. Like, I cannot imagine what he sees in the mirror. You know what else paid the Sanji tax? For some reason, and I understand, I think this was a bit, but for some reason there was like a rivalry between Lucci and Jabra in Water 7. does Sanji fight? I remember thinking, why do Lucci and Jabra have the rivalry? It's because they're cats and dogs. It was a gag, but I can still add that to the list. Also, someone said Sanji tax didn't exist before Baratier. That's true. Oda was getting ready to create the tax. Bud was in the buggy flashback. Oh, the tax is being paid. Oh, it is so funny that Luffy was like, haha, Gabon, that's something Sanji would say. But absolutely nothing was said about Rayleigh about anyone else. Also, Sanji is the one that talked to Rayleigh one-on-one when he got back to Sabaody, by the way. Don't think I've forgotten about that. I remember that standing out to me. Sanji was the one that sat down and talked to Rayleigh. Oda's just got a bias. Zoro doesn't have enough game. Oh, to see him in... Oh no. Those are fighting words. You're gonna get killed for that.
Howdy do, boys.
Oh, thank you, Ruby. This is an amazing stream. I cannot believe we've discovered the Sanji tax. Sanji and Mihawk's backstory. Dude, there's been multiple moments. The oars! Thriller bark! When Luffy's shadow was in the zombie oars! What is the first thing he yelled? Quickly! Quickly! He yelled Sanji food! The Sanji text is so strong that Sanji is part of Luffy's soul. That's insane. Like, what do you mean he didn't remember the names of all his Straw Hats? Except for Sanji? Oh my god. This Sanji tax shit is serious. I'm sending Oda an SBS. Do you purposefully inflict the Sanji tax? I have a question. What was Zoro's big moment in Skypiea? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, the one I remember the most is she's a woman. But what was his big moment in Skypiea? Screaming like Tarzan, fighting the dog. Did he have no equivalent of I needed a light? Because I have a theory that the reason so many people don't like Skypiea is because it's like not very it's not a very typically cool arc for Zoro. So a lot of people don't like it. My lucky goggles. The South Bird. He had great moments in Skypiea. They're just not conventional. The South Bird's top tier. One of his best moments is when he's like, I know where I am. I have to go south. Now, which way is south? And he has a literal fucking compass bird behind him. Or he says, I have to go north. Which way's north? And the South Bird laughs at him. Remember when Luffy said to Zoro, birds have a better sense of direction than you do? And then that was proven right in Skypiea? Oh my god. I don't have to fight with a motive, but I can feel one coming on! That's so corny. Oh, I love Zoro. I feel it coming on! I don't like to fight with a motive, but ooh, I'm feeling a little mad! Sanji tax, by the way. Little Garden. Little Garden, Sanji was the one that got the compass. And also the one that got Crocodile off their back. Insane to think about. Drum Island. That was Sanji Central. The only mini arc that doesn't really have a Sanji tax is Whiskey Peak. Oda was merciful in Whiskey Peak with the Sanji tax. Merciful. But Sanji didn't do shit in Whiskey Peak. That's probably the only arc I can think of where there's probably no Sanji tax. Yeah, and it's also really short. One of Oda's shortest arcs, mini arcs, because Whiskey Peak is like barely an arc to me, has the least Sanji. He said, fuck, I got nothing to write about. Without Sanji, I'm sorry, I'm joking. I don't actually think that the story revolves around Sanji. I just think it's funny. Reverse Mountain. Wasn't Sanji the one that pulled out the barrel? And said we should make a promise with our dreams? Wasn't that him? Sanji and Luffy were also the two that got the log pose broke. God, Sanji's so greedy. Nino, we were laughing about Dressrosa. The reason this started is because I was like, no, there can't be a Sanji tax. Because I was thinking about Dressrosa, and then I realized he literally took a swing at Doffy. In Dressrosa. Again, which is a crazy thing to think about. Yeah, he told Luffy, we gotta bounce. And Luffy said, you got it. And I'm right, Gay Bowser. Sanji, my glorious king. He will keep winning. So long as Oda is the author, he will keep winning. Because again, I was not expecting Sanji to be part of the Loki thing. I thought that was going to happen later. But Oda was sweating. He needed to get Sanji there now. The mandate of heaven. But it was like Egghead. I also wasn't expecting Sanji to be such a big player in Egghead. And the second it was between a daughter and her dad, I should have known. I just should have known. I don't think anyone was expecting Sanji to get character moments in Wano. He got 2 of them. He got 2 major moments in Wano, which was Help Me Robin and all of Queen. Which is crazy. Biggest Sanji moment in Alabasta? Mr. Prince. He quite literally saved all the Straw Hats, minus Chopper, from the cage. They would have been killed by Crocodile if it weren't for him. Sanji and Zoro on the screen, they're called Shimejis, aren't they cute? Hang on, I think I'm hungry. Now, Sanji has a lower bounty than Zoro, right? Because there may be a Sanji tax, but he's humble. He's humble. And Zoro needs the higher bounty because half of that bounty is going into the Sanji tax. So yeah, really think about that. Odin, lend me your hockey. This is the Sanji tax. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. People are gonna take this seriously and I'm gonna get beaten up. Oh my god. I don't mean any of this. But it's funny. It's funny. The Sanji text is too real. Sorry, there's a funny tweet. I was gonna look for food. La 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 la. How does one avoid the Sanji tax? Close your eyes. I need meat so bad. Oh my god. I'm wondering why I'm feeling so, like, deflated. I can't remember the last time I had meat. Stop saying Luffy core! Shut up! You stupid One Piece fans, shut up! God, I'm a real human being. I'm like trying to remember the last time I ate meat. Bro, it would have been like 2 weeks ago. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Yeah, I gotta get something full of iron in me. I've just been eating fruits and salads because they're yummy. I had like a whole thing where like, okay, listen, I went to a Japanese barbecue place. It was so yum, but there was so much meat. And after that, I was like, oh, I gotta like cleanse. As in like, I need to eat some greens. And now I'm going the other way. And I'm like, I need to eat some meat. Do you guys have Spud Bar? Do you know what that is? Spud Bar? Anyone? Have you heard of it? Or is this just an Aussie thing? It's a food chain here, and I assume Australia, that like you basically build your own like potato ball. So like you get the base potato. This is base potato we're dealing with. You make it sweet potato or white potato or whatever other potatoes they have. And then you can add meat, and then you can add any kind of greens, cheese, sour cream. It's pretty good, and I was looking at it, but I'm not feeling potatoes right now. This is base potato. Now I'd add meat. Alright, I'm doing the classic meatball pot from Subway. Our Subway's good. Your Subway's shit. I know this. You like my phone case? I'm so glad you like my phone case. You know why? First time Brittany saw this, she said, girl, that sparkle is so millennial. And I said, you'll regret saying that because this is going to be Y2K soon enough. I'm so convinced that this whole thing is going to come back because of Y2K. I'm sorry I don't like the clear phone cases. I think they're boring. I love phone cases that are just colorful. Yeah, I know you're listening to me, clear phone case havers. I know there's tons of you. Get a personality. Pick something sparkly and fun. So I'm trying to pick what else. Should I just get 3 of these? I'm getting 4 meatball pots. Because there's nothing else I want from this store. I just want meat. And their meatball pots are so good. Alright, that's done. It's for a lot. They're like this big, I think. There's like 6 meatball per pot. Some people like minimalism. I hate minimalism. Hate minimalism. You're ruining it. You're ruining it. Ruining it. You know what cracks me up, by the way? Y2K fashion, right? Japan has been stuck in Y2K fashion ever since the year 2000. Like, they have always had Y2K fashion. And now it's come back around. And I'm like, how did they know? Like, in the 2010s, Japanese fashion was really like, it hadn't caught up, you know? But now it's come back around and now they have the coolest shit because they've been repping Y2K fashion since the 2000s. And I'm just like impressed with it. Like most of my fashion I get from Japanese fashion sites because they have the best shit. They have the best shit, the most colorful and fun stuff. And I love Y2K fashion. It's just so fun. I'd rather be big and pink than just wear nothing but black all the time like everyone else does. Sorry guys, that's not a diss. I say as I'm looking like this, but you know what I mean, right? I love wearing pink. I love being colorful. I love leg warmers. I agree, wearing black is cozy. But like street fashion? So much street fashion is just black clothes. And I like the colorful street fashion. I have to make a video on the Sanji tax. I should make that an April Fool's video for next year. The Sanji tax. And then people will be like, is she joking? But it was posted on April Fool's. I've seen the sad beige kids' toys. I've seen them. They make me so sad. There's like a TikTok of like a mum recording her like baby. The baby is in a minimalist house. Everything around the baby in the house is not colorful and it's looking out the window. And the comments are like, that kid is searching for color. That kid's just trying to see some color. So he's looking out the window. Oh, that's so sad. Fun fact, by the way, beige houses, beige toys, they do affect a kid's, mental growth. It actually does fuck them up. We've seen that, kids who've gone to, like, daycare and they have to color, they just color in nothing but, like, browns. They don't know what else is out there, man. Color's so important for child development. Well, if your child can see color, obviously. Crash, they do. They buy minimalist brown toys. It's true. It's actually, like, shocking. Yeah, we have the scene fashion trend in Oz. Trend in Oz. We still have it. Of course we have the scene fashion trend. I got a comment that said, you're like the Green Lady of New York, but pink. And Australian. And that's probably the nicest thing I've ever been told on the internet. The Statue of Liberty. You got me. Oh. Alright. 7 minutes 20, I think that's enough. It's nearly halfway. I wanna watch Bob's Burgers. Nice job, thank you. I wanna watch Bob's Burgers. Alright. Ooh. Nah, I do not have the energy to keep streaming, I'm afraid. Alright. Thank you everyone for joining. Hang on, I gotta get in my box. Whee! Thank you everyone for joining. I super duper uber appreciate it as always. The good talks today. Don't take anything seriously. As always, I get heated, it's because I'm passionate. I just have passion in my heart. It's not because I hate you. I just hate the things you say. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow to keep working, of course. And I will see you guys then. Bye bye everyone. Bye 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 bye. Oh my god, bye bye bye.